entitled Leg Leg in England. It was sung by the elders in a prayer ceremony. Welcome. Leg Leg in England. Yes, Leg Leg in England. Yes, Upon the level. Yes, Upon the soil. Yes, yes,
Thank you. Those of us outside, kindly get in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to welcome everybody on board from all over the world as we seek to start our third day of our international conference, our first Pan-African conference. We want to welcome everybody on board from all over the world, wherever you are watching us and following this live stream, all the way from Laikipia University in Kenya. We want to appreciate you for being with us, and we want to welcome everybody on board. We also want to invite some of us to give some welcoming remarks, and I'll start with Lily. Lily, can you get me?
Yes, sure. Can you get me?
Yes, we are getting you loud and clear. Go ahead.
I'm very honored to welcome today everyone to the first Pan-African CO2 compensation conference in behalf not only of TU Berlin, but also of Fora International and New Humanity. And I'm very proud that this small start of 2010 and 2015 is now becoming such a huge network. And I'm very, very happy that and so proud of all and of all these efforts and all this common work and all this common joy to live together and to work together. And I really hope that this conference will contribute to more climate justice, to more ecological justice in the world. And so I will pass the word to my colleague Angeles from the University of Santiago de Compostela for another international welcome. Welcome, Angeles.
Thank you, Lily. For me, it's a real pleasure and it's an honor to be here and to give the welcome to everybody. And I speak on behalf of the University of Compostela. We are just arriving to GATO. And on behalf of not only of the university, but also of my research group and a master in renewable energies and sustainable that we have in Santiago. And I want more, not only give the welcome, but also express my grateful to have the opportunity to take part of this challenging initiative that GATO is. It's fantastic to have the opportunity to be inside and to make a part of this GATO family. Thanks for the really warm welcome, and for me it's an honor again to be an international partner. Thank you very much, and you are welcome. And I think that the next one, I will like to give the floor to Eva from the University Polytechnica of Catalonia.
Hello.
Hello,
Can
Eva.
you get me? Yes. Well, thank you very much. It's for me also a pleasure, as Angeles just said, to be a partner of this network. From the University of, we are based in Barcelona, in Spain, and from the UPC, we are also very happy to join this GATO network. We have been in the network for a little longer, just a little longer than Santiago de Compostela, and we are very happy to welcome our partners from Santiago. And for me, it's an honor to be here representing my university, but also sharing this this very, very interesting conference with all of you. We hope to learn a lot for this third day of the ongoing conference, and it's really a pleasure to contribute as much as we can from the distance from Barcelona, and we hope this third day really is very constructive and interesting for everybody. So thanks for letting us this small spot for just welcome words, and just let's hear the really interesting part, which is the contents of the conference. Thank you very much. I should pass the floor now maybe to Dom.
Dawood Ansari.
Okay.
Yeah, it's me. Thank you so much, Lily. Thank you so much. Even though, never mind. And thank you so much to the entire organization team. I don't know if team is a sufficient word. Actually, it's an army of people who's been organizing this event. And also from my side, welcome as part of the international team. So I'm the director of the Energy Excellent Development Program, EADP, a German Arab NGO. And we've also had the honor of being part of the GATO family since 2015 now. And I would like to use this very brief introductory word to share again what I love most about GATO, and that is that be it in the Arab world, be it throughout the African continent, we have three main challenges to address. It's one, we want to develop, it's B, we want to green, and C, it's to become empowered. And I do think that GATO is one of the very, very few networks in the world that is currently pushing towards these three things at the same moment, and that is pushing towards giving real agency to people and to its empowering of peoples. And that's why I'm so proud and so honored to be here today. So again, welcome to everyone. And yes, with that, I think I give the word to Stefan now, right? Stefan, are you there?
To you?
Just a brief reminder, whose turn is it otherwise?
Yes, it's Stefan's turn, but it could be that he has a technical issue. Also in Berlin, it's happening. So then possibly we will pass the word to the next chair.
Thank you so much. I believe that has been a great introduction and welcoming from all over the world. In Africa, in Kenya, we say Karibu Sana. We'll go direct to our session, which is supposed to be a discussion in relation to accreditation and nexus for carbon compensation. We are going to have keynote plus discussions, and I want to invite the session chair, Aledium. Can you get me, Aledium?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We can see you, Aledium.
Yeah,
please unmute your mic.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Excuse us, we have just a network. Maybe a technical problem. You have
Kindly, sir, switch off the speakers from your side.
Yeah, okay, I say.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Do you hear
Go
me?
on. Yes, go on,
Okay,
kindly.
thank you. I'm Dr. Arijum from Dakar, the coordinator of GATO in the University of Senegal. And I'm the chair of this this is the first session of the last day. In this session, we will...
We can't hear too much here.
This section is interested to the standard of CO2 compensation and energy, water, food nexus for CO2 compensation. And we will have keynotes. The first part, Dr. Salifu Wedraogo, and then Professor Angeles Lopez Aguera. And in the first presentation, we have Dr. Salifu, He holds his PhD in animal science from the Sweden's University of Agronomic Science in Sweden. And since July 2018, he is the head of the Institute of Rural Development of Nazi-Borovi University in Bobo-Dioulasso, where he is involved in research projects and other national development partners, international organizations such as GATO. And he have a wide experience, including research and development partnership, promotion and management at the national level. Dr. Salifou is author of several papers, and he will give a presentation in this section. Dr. Salifou? Dr.
Yes.
Salifou? Yeah.
Yes.
You have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and in the same time we can get a question in the chat, and if any is necessary, we can wait till you finish your presentation and to take the questions. Dr. Salifou, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Maybe we can have 15 minutes. That's
okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I will try to share my screen. Is it okay?
Yes, it is. Go on.
Okay. So today we will introduce some ideas about standards and also the general standards existing in general in the world, and also just some ideas on what interests us, like a standard for GATO. So the plan of my presentation is as follows. Introduction, the general carbon standards, the action to reduce greenhouse gas in Africa, the potential actors or stakeholder for greenhouse gas reduction in Africa, GATO CO2 compensation standards, the main principle of GATO, the general criteria for CO2 compensation to be observed in GATO, and at the end, the conclusion. Beginning to the introduction, I can say that now we know that CO2 compensation is the model everywhere in the world. So many organizations and people are interested to that, and this CO2 compensation is like putting finance together to support programs which will help in different countries, especially in developing countries. And the goal of this is to fight against climate change and address also the SDGs. Why should African CO2 compensation project require standards established?
Dr. Salifou.
Yes?
Dr. Salifou, can you,
yes.
Your slide, your performance slide, please. Yeah.
Is it not clear?
Yes, as you go on, we will request our team from Cameroon to give us the hosting rights. From Laikipia, kindly. Cameroon team, kindly give us back the hosting rights as our presenter goes on.
Dr. Salifou.
Yes.
We don't hear you.
Ah, you don't hear me.
Okay.
Yeah, you now, you can go on.
Okay, you can
Is it okay?
Go ahead. Okay, yeah.
Go, okay, okay. So I was saying that now okay, so why should we have African CO2 compensation? And some few reasons. There are many, but I would like to talk about poor understanding of existing procedures and insufficient specialized structure for setting up adequate green fund projects. And those many reasons, those are only two reasons about among many others. So this call us or invite us. Those reasons make that in general, there are very high percentage of projects that cannot get the fund when there are international call for fund. Africa local project, many did not get, who don't get a fund from those calls because they are not used too much to the procedures. So the development of appropriate standard criteria and indicators within the reach of African green development project is really necessary. And bringing Africa together, CO2 compensation certification for African community-based project and program is needed to support and empower African universities, local NGOs, and community-based organizations to carry out sustainable, integrated climate protection and development projects with local communities and to finance them. And what is the general carbon standard existing? We know that now carbon standards have been developed to improve the reliability of credit available on the market. Those markets are especially Kyoto, where we have the regulatory structures aspect, and you can also have those kind of voluntary CO2 compensation. The carbon standards are quality label that certify that carbon credit from offset project meet a given environmental or social criteria. I think we will, during the course of this presentation, talk about criteria and standards which interest GATO. Each standard set its own requirement, and the criteria guarantee are very diverse. And we know that in general, people talk, when we are talking about CO2 compensation, people know very well the market of Kyoto. And we know that also in addition to the Kyoto carbon market, which are regulatory, it means that this is on the, what we call in French bourse, and there are many staff, it is very staff and many parameters to be respected. The voluntary carbon market also exists and seems to be favorable and does not have a regulatory framework. But the credit are also have important value, are high quality also. Moreover, the carbon credit offset offered for sale are high quality. And still continue, when we are talking about general carbon standard, people in general, you can find it on the internet, they divided them on two categories. There are basic or core standards, and there are complementary or secondary standards. In general, those core or basic standards, people, there exist, there are many. I just take some examples, such as VERA, Gold Standard, Climate Action Reserve, Plan Vivo, etc., etc. And you have also some secondary standards, such as Social Carbon Standard, Climate Community Biodiversity Standard, Water Benefit Standard, Fair Trade Climate Standard, and in general, those complementary standards are bind or are linked or they are supported by those basic or core standards. And basic or core standards are certification whose primary objective is to label the emission reduction of project. And secondary or complementary standard value socio-economic benefit and are applied in conjunction with a core or basic standard that certifies emission reduction. And by looking those information, in Africa, what do we have like action, main actions to reduce greenhouse gas? By looking those actions, we're pleased to show some of them, which are main. They are for a reforestation, fight against deforestation. This is sometimes forest conservation, the development of renewable energy, solar, water, biogas, etc. They fight against bushfires and fires in the big plain where we have management plain and people produce, make industrial productions. So we have byproduct and residues which are burned to reduce also these fires. Those actions are also contributing to reduce greenhouse gas. The use of low greenhouse gas protein feed ingredient in ruminant, the development of the integrated nexus approach to the management of life components, such as agriculture, water, and energy. The promotion of soil conservation and restoration technique for crops and plants. Those three main, which are promotion of soil conservation techniques, the fight against fire bush, the nexus approach, and the development of renewable energy and forestry actions, reforestation and fight against deforestation. They are really the main actions which are more developed in Africa and can help to reduce greenhouse gas in the world, but action in Africa. And what are the potential actors we have or stakeholders for greenhouse gas reduction in Africa? We try to put this in this pattern where you have the state, which is the biggest in developing countries, especially in Africa. The state is the biggest one. And after the state, you have the local community organization. In general, when you are looking in each country, whose actors are really fighting more or are really doing great actions on the field to reduce greenhouse gas, or the action are very important in the reduction of greenhouse gas, the local community organization are really very important. And on top or in addition of them, you have local NGO, universities and research institutes of center. You have also individual people engaged. And on top of those, they are all related through the state to the international NGO, to international also institute and research, and international individual partners. This is a little bit the pattern of Africa. And since the title of this presentation is to show also it is a kind of advocacy to the why GATO is trying to have its own standards. You can see that within the state, local community are very important. But unfortunately, in general, they are managed or they are in the organization, they are not educated. And alphabetization rate is very low in the different countries in Africa. So it is very difficult for them to understand the procedures and also to build by themselves projects if they don't have support. And the state constitutes support through technical services. But the particularly for GATO is to put local community in the help of those procedures, to be able to consider them because they are very important actors on the field. And then GATO also is looking at to make them the main people who will benefit will benefit from the support they will get for the different projects. And I think later on we will discuss more about this. So GATO CO2 compensation propose some specific standards which are not too far from the general common standards, but they don't, some of the standards doesn't exist here. So the main is around the climate service. And then this climate service is in line with SDG, which is in the middle of everything. And then around, we have as standards the community base. It is an integrated stakeholder approach. We have also the gender equity, where you have diversity and the respect of local culture, peace, building, and university fraternity. You have a training for communities, the monitoring by organized community members, income generation, nature-based solution, and energy we talked about, and most of them are also found in some common standards. The main, looking those standards, we can now show the principle, the main principle of GATO. Among which we can talk about climate services, where you have four main things. The first is to avoid CO2 emission. The second is to reduce energy consumption. The third is to capture and stock the carbon. This is sequestration. And the fourth is to quantify the climate services in ton of carbon. And this is why technical services and university and research centers are very important in our procedure. On top of this, you can see that the SDGs, some of the objectives are really very important and take into account seriously in the principle of GATO. And moreover, you see that all should be linked or should respect the national plan in any countries. The general criteria, out of those, we can make a just summary. This is a kind of take-home pictures, is additionality. We respect additionality. We observe permanency, which is sustainability. The leakage, which will avoid the threat, which allowed us to take into account the treaty. The external validation, the Paris Agreement, because Kyoto is ended in 2010, and another aspect which is an ex ante and post-ex and parallel payment. In short, we can say that GATO-CO2 compensation certification should be an African platform to respond to climate change, by supporting green development African projects for low emission of greenhouse gas and high sequestration of carbon with an integrated management approach, which is nexus, energy, water, food. GATO CO2 compensation certification was established by universities, a very important NGO, local community organization, research center worldwide to limit or reduce greenhouse gas emission and to encourage practices in favor of carbon sequestration in Africa. GATO CO2 compensation certification plan to put local community at the head of the project to be certified. This will help vulnerable African community to adapt to the unavoidable impact of climate change and thus improve their resilience, which is very important in developing countries. In view of this important and urgent challenge, GATO must invest in financial mobilization, especially within Africa. This is also another very important point, but also outside. GATO is looking to make an important contribution to the world global response to climate change in Africa. So I am at the end of my presentation, and I say thank to all of you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Which is very fit with our topics of this session. And we just going to see if is it possible to take some question about Dr. Salifu presentation from the audience and from the chat. If anyone who want to make a question, you can activate his hand.
Maybe the question after the presentation of Angeles.
Yeah, I think we have not yet. Dr. Salifu, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well.
Okay, I say thank you for your nice insight into the different process and standard you have developed for the GATO network to work as an NGO in the worldwide, and you have developing so many ideas about the general carbon standard, and yeah, explains the two basic standard and secondary standard, which very useful for this CO2 compensation. And you have developed it also and give some example of approaches like Nexus, which enters to the second presentation, and Professor Angeles will develop it, this approach of Nexus. And all the different general criteria you have developed are very pret with what we really want to develop in GATO from this conference. And I don't know if there is a question for Dr. Salifu. Otherwise, we can go ahead to the next presentation. And thank you very much, Dr. Salifu, for your nice presentation. And you have so many okay. I think we can go to the next presentation. If
I have a question for, I have one question.
Okay, we have a question from Carol. Carol, you can, okay, you have the.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. I must say that was a very, very, very good presentation. But when he was talking about the stakeholders, he seemed to have missed out the national governments. What is his opinion in terms of the role of the national governments in actually ensuring that we achieve CO2 compensation and certification? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Salifu?
Yes.
Yeah, can you take them? Yeah.
Okay. If I understand very well her question, she would like to know the role of the government.
Yes,
Is it
yes.
so?
Yes.
Yeah. The government is very important in our process in two levels. The first level is that we pointed out in our principle that all the projects should be linked or bind or supported by the national plan development of the country. And those plans are built by the government. This is the first thing. And the second is that before we are supporting or certifying a GATO project, we should know that the government now in many of the countries, the government is like the guarantee of CO2 compensation actions in every country. And some actions are already ongoing. And the specificity of GATO is that the GATO will be directly in contact with local projects, with the local community projects. But we should not forget that for sustainability, the state is very important because before GATO, the state is already carrying out actions and supporting actions. And in every country, technical services through the different ministries are organized. And those things are based on the government program. So this is why I pointed out the state as the important part where every actors are inside. And even the relation with external actors, the state is the door of entrance. This should not be also forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salifou. I think that this question will be highlighted also during the roundtable. And during the roundtable, the different policy makers will develop and bring some ideas about what you explained. I think in the next section for the roundtable, we will get all these ideas and we can decide to take the best idea from our ideas. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salifou.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to the next presentation of Professor Angeles.
Yes, I try to make. You have me? You get me?
Yeah, you
Okay.
share your...
It's okay?
Okay. Okay.
I think I can just do like that and go. It's okay? Everybody's looking for? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
okay.
Dr. Professor Angeles. I will not have the time to present you. You did it before. Just to remind that she's in the Sustainable Energetic Application Group of the University of Santiago Compostela in Spain. And she's she's the coordinator of the Sustainable Communities Project in Latin America. And she did so many activities which develop projects for communities. And she will do her presentation to explain us the nexus approach in rural community and their advantages for the CO2 compensation scheme. And she will insight into the benefits of working with a nexus approach in technologies cooperation project for development. Professor Angeles, you have 15 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ale, and thank you, Salifou, because for your very nice talk, and because you make my presentation easy, because a lot of concepts are similar. Then we are in the same line of thinking. Okay, what is nexus approach? Because it's slightly difficult to explain. I will try just to give some kind of a small little presentation, and after we will see. Okay, it's just for discussion. We can say, okay, what is the nexus approach? What is the application? How is the application of the nexus to the sustainable communities? And the two, for me, the two more important questions are how nexus can be added, can be an added value to the CO2 compensation criteria, and more important, how GATO can help nexus to be developed. Okay, this will be more or less my talk. And to start with, I need to make a really little history. And this when Nexus born. Nexus start in the Bonn conference in 2011. And one remark that born before the Sustainable Development Goal, and why was so important to introduce this nexus. To have this this explanation, we need to give a look to the main remark that we can learn from the Millennium Development Goal. And in this case, we will focus in the bad remark. This is, in the different report, we can see how in the period of the new Millennium Development Goal, the inequalities between poor and rich increase in a very high level. And even more, this was more strong in the rural areas where the vulnerability really increased. When we try to understand the reasons, the general thinking is that was because in this new Millennium Goal, the different goals were not correlated. And also because, and I come back to the Selifu presentation, because most of the initiatives were up-down. This means that were from the government to the people, and this normally doesn't work very well. And also the third is because poor evaluation system of the goals that were ongoing. Then in this context, Nexus star, and the question is that why, which is the philosophy? Correlate or everything together, try to focus on the down-up application. This means as from the local to the global, and this is a common way to explain. And just the first one is evaluate, and if we can evaluate in an unbiased way, okay? And obviously try to focus, and this is our business, in rural areas where the vulnerability is higher and higher, no? Then this is the view of the nexus view of the Sustainable Development Goal, because we are normally we saw all these nice picture with the small squares just at the same level and without correlation, but that's not true. We have different level of this Sustainable Development Goal. We have the step one or the layer one, when we have the sources, and this is water, this is energy, this is land, this forestry and safety food and everything. And also we have a second layer that are the criteria, how to manage the sources. And this is, there are the rest, practically the rest of the sustainable community level goals. And just on the top, we have one sustainable goal that is a goal that is just including the rest. And this is the 11th one, is sustainable cities and communities. In our case, that we are focusing rural, this means sustainable communities. Then this 11 will take into account everything, every of this, each of these, the rest of the Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, this is the view of Nexus. I need some definition, okay, just to follow, because I speak about sources, but it's necessary to distinguish sources and resources. Sources are the system one, and resources the ones that we can use. One example is, I don't know, for example, the cows in India is something that we can, is food, but we can not eat because they are holy. Then it's a source, but it's not a resource because I cannot use it. When we try to work with the communities, we need to work on resources and how we distinguish, how we come from sources to resources because of the selection criteria. And these selection criteria are not only technological or economical, but are social, is the health, is the gender, are all the rest of the goal that we are just showing in the nice picture with the squares. Okay, then the question is that the nexus is speak about something that is very important, intercorrelation, how we can do the intercorrelation between the Sustainable Development Goal. As you see the picture, okay, the picture, if you give a look, I don't know if you see all these small things, with the bill is the 11, is our sustainable development goal, is the 11, is sustainable communities. The problem is that we need to know how to make this interrelation. For the scientific people in the audience, we need to perform the correlation matrix, fulfill the correlation matrix, okay? In the way that we will able to make sources to resources and in the good way, and after, more important, just try to manage them in the optimal way, okay? This is the nexus objective, the nexus center. And one thing that is necessary to take into account always is that to do this job, we need a very interdisciplinary working team. We need not only technological part, but social part. And in this kind of thing, we can say that more is more. I mean, we need a specialist in all the fields, okay? This is very important and need to be taken into account when we make this kind of projects. Okay. Then the nexus objective now is clear, is identify the correlation. This means fulfill the correlation matrix and optimize resources, not sources, resources, okay? And with the philosophy that is the same that Salifu was saying before, from the local to the global, down, up. The center is the community. We are there. I mean, we are, as community, we are the center of the world, okay? And must be in an interdisciplinary way and must be interconnected, because this is the light of thinking. I mean, this is the objective, the final objective for Nexus. Well, this is a more professional view that before. I mean, we have the Nexus philosophy that I tried to explain before. You see here that you have these, and these are the criteria, and you have all the kind of criteria, even the governance, but it's something that is the important part, that is the community trend. I mean, it's the community, the center, huh? And okay, here we have the sources, the criteria, and you have the resources at the end. And after you have the tools, and the tools are very interesting because the tools can give you the opportunity to measure in some way, to optimize, to do the good job. And these tools, the special one are clues, that is this climate, land, energy, and water that probably the people know very well. And something that is very interesting, that is the life cycle analysis. That I will back to this, no? After, obviously, we have technology, we have everything we want, but we need these tools to work on. And the final product, and it's really hard to say that, but the final product will be a really sustainable community. That's the question, okay? Then how can help? Because it's a lot of time that I just talking, and it's not easy to say how can help this nexus, huh? A part of some philosophy. Because with the tool we have, we can optimize the process. And this is important because we can, for example, in this case, we can measure the lifetime analysis for different scenarios. And like that, because lifetime analysis is an unbiased estimator for sustainable development, then is measuring the sustainability of a project, initiative, from the economic, energetic, and environmental aspect. And this is the thing, is that using LCA, taking care of the different scenarios, we can select the scenario that is producing, in terms of CO2, is more positive. And this is important because you can measure before you start doing the things. Okay, this is important. And the clues is important because you can select different scenarios of working before start. What this means, for example, I came from the photovoltaic, okay? Then, but I can explain in general because there's not time. I mean, never one problem has only one technological solution. There are not a lot, but several technological solutions. How we select, and we cannot select only because of the economy. We can select using the criteria, the community criteria. And the question is that CLEW help us to perform what is the best one. I mean, we can select different scenarios. I mean, photovoltaic, eolic, and I don't know what. And after using CLEW, we can get the best one, the optimal one, taking into account all the criteria of the community. These are the strong tools that we have using Nexus, okay? This I will pass because it's an example and it's not the matter. Okay, how we perform at this kind of Nexus sustainability. You see here is just some kind of chaos, and we are trying to order the question. No? Here, the first chaos is the information, sources, criteria, resources, the community, a lot of information. Over information is better. Then we apply the tools, and in this case, you see that we have some order. In this case, we have three possible scenarios, okay? The answer of that is the optimized scenario with a logic prioritization. This make us possible to make the real important part of a sustainable community project, that is the director plan. You need a director plan, and this director plan must fulfill need, expectation, and dreams of the community. This is very poetic probably, but needs means now, expectation means mid-time, I mean 5 years, and dreams 10 years. The director plan is something static, is something frozen. No, we can change it, but it's important to have it before an implementation, because it's taking into account all the need, it's taking into account all the goals, all the objectives together, and are in a good shape. After the implementation can be done in 1 year, in 10 years, in 20 years, and we will change it. But the director plan is something really important. This means that the question is just think. We need think before I start doing the question. And just in this process, optimize using Nexus. That's the difference. You see here, probably because of my way of perform the presentation, you can see that this is too much time. This normally is a natural period. In my experience, take something like 9 months. And after the implementation and the evaluation can take years if you want. You can do the same step by step. But to have this is make the difference, because everyone knows how to proceed after. What is the next step? And you are not making bad expectation even to the community, because they know what is the plan, okay? And they agree with the plan, okay? Then, this is a Nexus Sustainable Community Project. Then the question is how Nexus can help, how GATO can help Nexus in some kind of interchange of good things, okay? Nexus needs real data, Nexus at the end, in the beginning, is something like is a model. You need to validate the model, and to validate the model, we need experimental data, real data. And this real data is the things that GATO has in an enormous amount. I mean, a huge amount, has a lot of projects and can help a lot with the information of this project to validate this Nexus, okay? But there are always a but Nexus, GATO need to adopt this Nexus integral approach from the beginning and start with this director or master plan for the communities before start. And the second thing is the GATO project needs to be coordinated between all the initiative to follow the same rules, to have some information that can be contrasted. And again, the first action of a project must be a community director plan. Even we can do that to the projects that are ongoing. I mean, it's not that we need to start one, but we need to work in this community director plan. And the quasi last action, because this work never ends, is the evaluation with unbiased criteria we can. And I have another thing that this is absolutely mine in green, that this South-South cooperation connection will be added value, because there are people in Latin America and people in Africa doing similar things, and there are similar questions and problems, and probably this interchange can be very, very, very useful. Okay, this is my talk, and go to the conclusion. The conclusion is that a non-nexus project is this kind of really nice basket, plain of fruits, but every fruit is separate. And the Nexus project is the same basket, but with all the fruit together. And even if you see there are some vegetables that appear there, because when you try to do a Nexus project, the question is you are opening your mind and you have another question that probably you are never think about before, okay? And the other conclusion is Nexus approach is a challenge, but I think I'm pretty sure that the GATO community love challenge. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to give me the floor to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Andreas, for my presentation. And before I presentation for the link between what is the approach of Nexus and the community, the project which developing in GATO network. We go to see if there is some question in the chat or in the audience before to remind the different question you take at the end of your presentation. I think you have so many questions. The first question is from David Kagari. Maybe we can go to give the to Lily, who want to ask some question maybe, or make a contribution about what you have developed. Lily, you can go ahead.
No, please start with David. David was the first to ask.
Lily.
Please, David was before me.
Ah.
I
Okay,
don't
David,
have priorities because I'm potentially
okay,
older.
no problem. David in the chat say, can carbon credit work programs, for example, where manufacturing film are given a certain percentage portion to emit pollution gases to the air.
This
be an efficient way of CO2 compensation, working in a Lake Pitya University. And what if the food, energies, and water security are not interlinked? Can the water, energy, food nexus concept be achieved? Are there action?
I mean, I don't know if I catch very well the question, but the question is, I mean,
yeah, maybe we can just take a little bit and
yeah,
you can understand.
Yeah, because yeah,
maybe
okay.
The second question.
Mm-hmm.
What if the food, energy, and water security are not interlinked? Can the water, energy, food nexus concept be achieved?
No, but this is I don't know. Again, I mean, it fully interchanges. But the question is that there are some kind of layers, if you want. And the question is, obviously, is the important part because it's the sources. Because the use of one source need to be moderated, if you want, for other a lot of other questions, and must be taken into account only after these other constraints are applied, but obviously they are fully intercorrelated. I mean, the people from energy, we say normally that water is not possible without energy, and the people from water say that energy is not possible without. I mean, this is the relation is really hard. I mean, everything is related, but you can make the relation in different systems. And normally, when we speak about nexus in general, in these general pictures, like in the case of Sustainable Development Goal, we have this water, energy, and food or forestry, or I don't know what. I mean, and this is really general. We need to take into account that this is true. This is the source, but we need to just to put constraints there to use it. Okay. I don't know if it was the question.
Maybe the first question is from Salifo. He say, can carbon credit trade work programs, for example, where manufacturer firms are given a certain percentage, a portion to emit polluted gases to the air, be an efficient way of CO2 compensation, washing like in Lake Pia University mine. Maybe Dr. Salifu cannot bring a response to this question.
Yeah, because in this
Maybe
case,
in the chat. She can respond direct in the chat.
Yeah, because in this case, I think that we are
from
sorry.
Joapo Orlando. He say he appreciates your presentation.
Thanks.
And Caroline say, what can we do to ensure we achieve a nexus?
What can we do?
Angeles?
Yeah. Again, it's difficult to say what can we do? I mean, the question is that I think that from the beginning, we need to take into account all the information and try to, we can just, sorry. Again, the question, please. Sorry.
Now, Caroline says, what can we do to ensure we achieve the nexus?
Yeah,
achieve
the question.
Nexus, yeah.
Yeah, the question is when in each of the projects we are doing, we can get information about this correlation. I mean, we can use this general approach and try to have answer. For example, one of the possibilities for me is, in fact, we speak about that some time ago. The idea is we can just make some kind of comparison between a GATO and no GATO, I mean, a GATO project and a Nexus GATO project, and try to see what is happening, and give, when you evaluate your project, you are just evaluating your project, you are just putting numbers in this correlation matrix. That's the important point.
Thank you very much. And you have a question from Mustafa Weli, who say, what are the spatial and temporal limits of a nexus approach? How to ensure a systemic approach within a mosaic of context? Maybe they give an example of GATO network.
Yeah, I think that this will take not a short time, and then maybe we can just perform outside the conference. This is my question. Maybe we can just give some kind of information about a Nexus project and try to see the difference and how to apply with an example. I had two slides in the presentation, but I think it's not enough.
Okay, thank you. Then we can give the Lily. Lily.
Yes, yes, thank you very much. In fact, my questions are, the community is the center of the GATO projects. So it seems that if you say we have to start with the director plan, but GATO likes to encourage communities, if they start projects and they need support, to come with their projects and to be supported by the NGOs and universities, and now in a more systematic way with the CO2 compensation framework. But I know our academics, if they are jumping on a kind of system which they think now we can analyze for 3 semesters how to do a nexus, then the community will wait. So I know that you don't want to mean it, but I know them. So for the systemic approach. And so for this, I think your example would be nice. So, but for example, we can say that in GATO, a lot of people are saying, for example, a lot of communities of GATOs are educational or health institutions, like doing a PV system for a school in a community, or doing a PV system for a village maternity, or even in towns where they have blackouts, they need to replace generators to make work the hospital. So they are saying, where is the food and water in these PV systems? And then, for example, we try that students doing this, working with the community schools, they go to the classrooms and discuss with the students on all aspects of environment, on waste management, on reforestation. They are planting trees in the school. And also, I think food is a part of income generation. So if we say that the PV system is also giving the students a chance to study and then to be able to work and to have access to food security for their family, this is also, I think, one part of a nexus. But which example would you give for a nexus for a PV system for a school, for example?
Can I just again give? Could you give time for 2 slides?
Yes, we want to see the examples. That was my question.
Okay, this is an example. I don't know how to do now because I need to take again my presentation, and I don't know why it's completely outside of everything. I mean, come on. The question is that for me, Nexus, I mean, this approach is never is, you say, what about this, what is the relation between a PV and, for example, the food or something like that? I mean, when you are planning the PV, I mean, the question is, this PV is enough? Or when you plan your system, you can put 2 more panels at this moment because the community decide that they need irrigation. And irrigation is useful for agriculture, and you can do all together, not only everything. I mean, the partial things are like, you know, like in the movies. I mean, we make like that, the water is going out and we put some, and in this case, it's just the contrary. You say that this academic, you know, I think you know that I'm not a usual academic, and I have some experience, not a lot, but I have some experience in communities. And you can start working with the community, but this not take a lot of time. They take only a small amount of time. This is an example. And this is a real example. This is a community that I love really. I will speak only about energy, but okay. How proceed in some way. Maybe this is make the difference. This is the Jalaute, it's in Guatemala. Here you have the map. It's a very nice.
We cannot see the presentation. We see your, how can we say, your folders.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
Can
you speak again, or?
It's all the people,
No,
so. All
okay, you have not checked.
Please start the screen sharing.
Yeah, I go to screen sharing and I have here the presentation. Maybe now it's okay.
Professor Angeles.
Yes.
Now it's okay.
Yes.
Professor Angeles.
Yes.
You have just 2 minutes for your slides.
Yeah, 2 minutes to a slide. I mean, this is the rule. Okay, this is Guatemala, and we are right here. There are 1,200 persons, normally 10 people per family. And there's a special part, they call us because it's a biosphere reserve, and they had a lot of problem with a lot of need, basic need without fulfill. Okay, you see the houses there, and the first thing obviously is try to understand the community. We spend there something like 2 months working with the community, not us directly, but also the NOGs, all the actors that are normally working in place and on the place, and we make this kind of resume, and the 80% of the community say that the priority was the energy, the safety food, and you see this plot, no? Age is by health and educational part and so on. These are the community need. And after we speak with the community about the expectative for 10 years and also the dreams. I mean, the question is that we had there a problem because the question is to put solar panels, that's all, solar panels. But there are not only one solution, because we discovered just working with the community that they have a problem with the meteorology, I mean, with the climate. And 3 months per year, they must go outside and change the place. And this means that some of the solution of the photovoltaic solution maybe is not the best solution to do. How to proceed? I mean, how Nexus I cannot go to the next one. Okay. How can Nexus help? We try to take into account the characteristic of the community and they need. And after we decide to 3 scenarios: microgrid photovoltaic, isolate photovoltaics, and this other one that is probably not the best one, but is one, I mean, and we just try to see other restriction, like it's a protected area, they are moving, and things like that. I mean, the question was that this part is a power bank, is to have a centralized system, and with the centralized system to have something so stupid like each family has a small battery at home and go there to the social center, charge their battery and come back home. Why? Because they are living dispersed and 1 kilometer probably. And after, in some period, we just take off the battery and go to the other side. I mean, this means that always we need to see not only the first solution, put a panel, but we need to take all the criteria from the community and just think about perform how the project need to be and start the project. Sometimes the first action is to put two panels, but at the end we need to make some kind of station of the project. For example, to make this, before was this the photo and now is this. To do this, we take 5 years. Now, 2 years. But the first line of panels, we put this first line of panel in the first month with the community, with capacitation of the community. The rest, they mount their own system, okay? This is the panels and these are the batteries.
Maybe, Professor Angeles, you have not time to develop all these approaches and
I finished.
Maybe you can extend with the orders from the chat.
Really sorry.
I don't know if is it possible to answer directly in half minute to the question of Cynthia. Is Nexus best use it as an individual or corporate?
It's developed by a lot of people. It's not a corporation. It's open source.
Okay, thank you very much. Jesse, Maria, want to just 2 minutes. I don't know if is it a question or a contribution. Jesse. Otherwise, we can give the He don't. Jesse? Then if there is no question, we can give the go to the next section because we have some things to preside about the preoccupation of Professor Angeles. And I think Lily and in the end of this conference, we can decide if the nexus should be to respond to the answer to the question. She said, in order to define intercorrelation and GATO project, they need to real data. And I think maybe Lily will give contribution about it in the chat or extend with you. And thank you very much for your attention. We can go to the next section because we have no time for the last day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can appreciate our session chair. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, Aledium. We also want to appreciate the presenters, Professor Salif and Angeles. Let's appreciate them once again. Thank you so much. We really appreciate for that session. Now, we will have a short break of about 10 minutes so that we go to the next session, which will be issues to do with low accreditation certification standards. But before we do that, we want to perform some entertainment. And on stage, we want to welcome Laikipia University UNESCO Club students to perform a challenging community cultural dance with a theme, embracing culture through education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the team as they come to stage.
Bye bye mugulel donde bomman amutum danyo wah si
yeso la peye taptainya itai tap kelia kyo amu edigo sulai iya very nice to yeso la peye taptai.
Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye logotio. Yeah, ulaleyo. Talaweri nyun. Talaweri nyun nago mungwana. Yeah, ulaleyo. Chame gitayate. Chame gitayate. Chame somanet. Yeah, ulaleyo. Talaweri nyune. Talaweri nyun nago mungwana. Yeah, ulaleyo. Chame gitayate. Chame somanet ago igilege. Yeah, ulaleyo. Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye logotio. Yeah, ulaleyo.
Ose cheptanyu Kichanje obo kotago
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Soman komye Saksang cheptanyu mailo tuchi
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Chepkili manere Chago chebaibai
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Kechamye batiem Kechamye batiem Kechamye logo
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Kechamye batiem Kechamye batiem Kechamye logo
Yeah, ulaleyo. Isami Jehovah irigwe chamyoni. Yeah, ulaleyo. Kechamye na patiem. Kechamye na patiem. Kechamye logotio. Yeah, ulaleyo. Koro mweri nyunwe. Koro mweri nyun tinye tigiri. Yeah, ulaleyo. Koro mweri nyune. Koro mweri nyun tinye tigiri. Yeah, ulaleyo. Ago chabakse. Ago chabakse si goya mastaso. Yeah, ulaleyo. Ago chabakse we. Ago chabakse si goya mastaso. Yeah, ulaleyo. Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye no batiem. Kechamye logotio. Yeah, ulaleyo.
Ose cheptanyu Kiyai masters
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Ago chabakse goyai CIT
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Kechamye batiem Kechamye logo
Yeah, ulaleyo.
Kechamye batiem Kechamye logo
Yeah, ulaleyo. Nyo na batiem minyu. Kiki gatke. Kararano rusini, kararano rusini, kararano rusini, bravo, kararano boyman. Kararano rusini, kararano rusini, kararano rusini, bravo, muri hana. Kasanyuno sandanino kasowe kasanyuno gorucho imano karo igura gitage magomiten gitoyo kaso sandanine agi kaso gorucho akuna gitoyo karo igura gitage magomiten gitoyo kararano rusini kararano rusini kararano rusini bravo kararano boyman kararano rusini kararano rusini kararano rusini bravo muri hana.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. We can appreciate them in a better way. Wonderful, wonderful.
Nice tunda. Very nice tunda. Okaske anyun. Amu petungwa.
Hey.
Petut neo.
Angira brabe unekya. Ange bye bye tu. Mambo ni jini kwa jini.
Very nice tunda.
Angira brabe unekya. Angi bye bye tu. Mambo ni jini kwa jini.
Very nice tunda.
Ange buchi bugande. Ora bye bye. Natende nyuma kwa nyuma.
Very nice tunda.
Ange buchi bugande. Ora bye bye. Natende nyuma
Let's
kwa nyuma.
appreciate them. Let's appreciate them in a better way. Let's appreciate them. That is a cultural dance all the way from a Kenyan community, the Kalenjin, talking about embracing culture into education. We now, before we go back to our session, we will now want to go all the way to Burkina Faso for a cultural dance. Over to you. We now, before we go back to our session, we will now want to go all the way to Burkina Faso for a cultural dance.
on the bench. It's getting
Dr. Salif, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Dr. Salif. Dr. Salif.
Yes.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you for the next session. Thank you. Over to you for the next session. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, everybody. Related to law and standards, I have two presentations. One will be given by Amadou, and the second work will be a workshop animated by Eli and Sophia. So we will begin by Amadou. I don't know if Amadou is ready. Amadou?
Oh, Salif, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Salifu?
Yes, Amadou, if you are ready, you can begin.
Salifu? Hello?
Yes, Amadou? Amadou, I can hear you.
Hello, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are ready, I think you can begin by introducing yourself and then beginning with your presentation. You have the floor. Amadou, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Lily, if Amadou is not able to share his screen, I think you can help him.
Yes, I can share the screen for him, and he's just, oh no, I think it works.
Ah, okay.
Great, we see the screen, Amadou. Just press on diaporama, if possible. Great.
And Amadou, please, before you begin your presentation, can you introduce yourself? What I can say is that Amadou is the actual temporary chair of our GATO. So Amadou, you have the floor.
Can you unmute Amadou, please? Laikipia, can you unmute Amadou?
Oh, did you hear me now?
Yes, very good.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Salifu. My name is Amadou Badji. As you see, now I'm the president of GATO network. So first of all, before starting my presentation, I would like to to express my gratitude on behalf of myself and the member of Bringing Africa Together for our network. So today I will share my contribution with you. My thematic is the place of law in the CO2 offsetting and accreditation process for GATO. So my plan of the presentation is, first of all, I will start for the introductory remarks. Second, the materialization of the role of law in the fight against climate changes. Third, the contribution of law case and perspective of the GATO network. Introduction remark. As we know, climate change of the GATO network is characterized by a general increasing in introduction remark. As we know, climate change of the GATO network is characterized by a general increasing in introduction remark. As we know, climate change of the GATO network is characterized by a general increasing in introduction remark. As we know, climate change of the GATO network is characterized by general increasing as we know, climate change that one over characterized by general increasing as we know, climate change.
Audible, and no one is next to you who is speaking. Kindly, Amadou, check your environment, make sure that no one is next to you. We can't get you. We also ask everybody to put on mute any microphone, kindly. So Amadou, make sure you are alone and you are speaking alone. There is a lot of background noise from where you are. Amadou, kindly. Amadou?
Dear Amadou.
Amadou, over to you, Amadou.
Hello, can you hear us? Yes.
Okay, sorry, I have a little problem. So I will start my presentation.
Amadou, we are waiting for you.
Okay, as I say that for the introduction remarks, as you know, the climate change is characterized by a general increase in average surface temperature. It's also the one of the greatest threats we face today. Nowadays, environmental protection has become a universal necessity. The law, which is an important tool for regulating human activities, provide a response to the management of environmental problems. Through the laws, it is a matter of authorizing, regulating, or prohibiting activities that are likely to have harmful consequences on the environment. For the materialization of the role of law in the fight against climate changes, we have many legal convention-like agreements. Legal efforts have materialized at the international level with the adoption of a certain number of conventions aimed at regulating activities that would be likely to harm the environment in general. In 1992, in Rio de Janeiro, the first United Nations Conference on Climate Change was held, which led to the adoption of two major conventions: the Framework Convention on Climate Changes and the second Convention of Biological Diversity. The specific aim of this convention was to stabilize concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere at the sustainable level and to combat the expecting serious consequences. After Rio, other convention, other international conference followed in search of legal solution to reduce greenhouse gas emission. It was this quest to reduce greenhouse gas emission that an international conference was held in Kyoto, Japan in 1997, which led to the adoption of the Kyoto Protocol. This was the first legally binding instrument to impose obligation on industrialized countries to limit and reduce greenhouse gas emission. The period covered by the Kyoto Protocol was from 2008 to 2012, first commitment period. We have also the second commitment period, 2013 and 2020. In order to continue the international climate protection process after 2020, a new climate agreement was the Paris Agreement, was therefore to the COP21 in Paris, which for the first time formulated concrete target for limited global warming to less than 2. So above the period, this is end state to their own reduced target. A review and statute of climate protection effort is to take place every 5 years. In October 2016, the Paris Agreement entered into force after ratification by at least 55 parties responsible for at least 55% of global greenhouse gas. The contribution of low case. It should be noted that indicator has played a considerable role in the fight against climate change by making courageous decisions in order to protect the environment against the negative effect of climate changes. It should be in mind that climate justice is a recent political concept aimed at addressing the inequalities in the cause and consequences of climate change. This includes legal action by association and citizens groups against states or companies. Climate justice raises question of accountability. This led to consideration of carbon offset, which is a very way of stakeholder or manager to compensate for their own emission of funding. There are a few approaches of the notion of climate justice. You have the international equity, developed at the Rio Art Summit in 1992, recently taken by the youth of climate movement. This is a moral and legal principle according to which current generation must not compromise the interests of future generation. Intragenerational equity, less popular than the first one. This approach questions the inequalities between social class and between territories in the same society. As earlier 2015, during the COP21, a large number of citizen protests for urgent effective climate protection took place, and 2018 Induced Climate Movement was launched. As of the 1st July 20, we have the program count at least 1,550 climate disputes in 38 countries. Example of legal action of the climate. In June 2019, the groundwork of South Africa, it is an example also for the climate. South African organization and working from the South African are take taking the government to court for violation the right of citizens to breathe clean air in the country, Charcoal Old North. This is the region. The air is extremely polluted. The India accused the government, the South Africa government, of not having act to reduce this pollution despite an era of management and dating from 2000. Now for the perspective of the GATO network. In terms of perspective, we have also within the framework of the GATO project to formulate some recommendation for an environmental friendly development to ensure that all GATO projects are under the responsibility of local NGOs. Members which develop a sustainability concept in collaboration with the community and international student working groups. Also to stabilize, also establishing a financing plan to enable a local community to monitor and maintain the equipment already installed. Establish collaboration agreement with terms that clearly define the right and obligation of third party, set up a system of evaluation by external partners. For example, for the academic world, within the period of 6 or 12 months, propose CO2 compensation standard that take into account African specificities. As for the conclusion, as we know that the world is not waiting for us, but work is waiting for us. Work is waiting for us and it starts today. This is where the GATO-CO2 compensation conference carbon vision point us toward a united pollution-free Africa, where the citizens have the same chance and opportunity to realize their potential and take control of destiny. Let's act together in the unique spirit of humanity. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, dear Amadou, for your nice presentation. So Amadou introduced himself, and then he presented, he gave his speech around 4 points. The first was the introduction, and where he made some remarks. The second was about the materialization of the role of law in the fight against climate change, where he talked about, he did a small history of the introduction of the law in this domain, and also its evolution from Tokyo to Paris, and also at the world level, international level, to the national levels. The third was the contribution of the case law, where he presented some approaches, among which we can talk about which was related to generation equity, and also he talked about the young action during COP21, and etc. And the last was about the perspective of GATO network, where he shows some recommendation from GATO, and also the role the different local offices of GATO can play. And also he point out that the necessity from GATO to have this kind of agreement, which is another kind of a sign of the law, and to give sense to all the organization of GATO. So we should have this kind of multi-actors agreement between the different stakeholders in the different countries where GATO has some actions. And he finished by this nice introduction, conclusion, where he said that the world is not waiting for us, and but work is waiting for us. So he asked and advised all of us to let's act together in a unique spirit of the humanity, which is a very nice slogan. Thank you to Amadou, our president and chair of the GATO. So if people have a question, reaction, or any input, they have the floor. Any reaction?
Salifo, did you see Alechum is raising his hand for a question?
Hello, Salifo. No, just to Salifo. Do you hear me, Salifo?
I can hear you, Alifo.
Okay, just to congratulate you and to appreciate the presentation of Amadou and the additional information you add after, and just to apologize you for the technical problem we get here, and just to say thank you very much for your nice presentation. Just to appreciate. Thank you.
And I think that the second, if there is no reaction, we need to go forward with the workshop. And the workshop will be in under the responsibility of Eli and Sophia. Workshop. So, okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Eli Dipama from Burkina Faso. So the pleasure is mine and also for Sophia to present you the workshop. And we want you all to participate and give all your opinion about that. And before starting, we just want to thank a lot Professor Salifou, Professor Angeles, and Professor Amadou for all their contribution about this topic. We are going to talk about African-based CO2 compensation, standards and criteria. So I will now give the floor to Sophia to introduce herself and to start.
Hello, thank you so much, Ellie, for the introduction, and hello also to everyone else. I'm Sophia von Berg from Berlin and working together with Ellie on the topic of standards and criteria for an African-based CO2 compensation framework. And to add to Professor Salifou's presentation, we would like to talk about, again, very shortly, the existing standards that were already introduced to you, just to highlight the most important things, why they are mostly not suitable for the African-based certification process. We have, so we have again the three standards called the Clean Development Mechanism, the VCS, the Verified Carbon Standard, and also the Gold Standard, and additionally the Plan Vivo Standard, which is also an international standard with a different focus. And we see that in the first 3 standards, we do not really have an integration of the communities, and also not, they are all more centered in the global north, and also the verification process takes very long. You can see this here underneath in the different steps. The steps are different for each standard, but we try to summarize it to make it short with this 4 steps and 5 steps. And you can see that it takes a very long time in the existing standards to get the accreditation and to get the certification and the carbon credits at the end, because the planning of the project, the whole development, and the registration, but also the verification takes a very long time and already uses a lot of resources, not just time resources, but also money resources, which makes it difficult within the standards to really use them for the certification for existing projects as we have them with Greening Africa Together. The last standard, the Plan Vivo standard, is the only one that has the community in the center of the project as a community-based certification, but the projects are only limited to land use projects such as reforestation or ecosystem service projects. But for example, renewable energy projects are not integrated in this one. So as you see that the existing standards that are there, they have very profound methodologies and very good methodologies, but the application is very difficult. But still we can learn from them and also use what they have already developed to adapt it then. What we want to highlight again is that with GATO, we have in the center of each project that there shall be a sustainable solution for the community needs. And with this, of course, the local community, as it was highlighted in the last days, needs to be integrated, as well as the universities and the students, and also the local NGOs and companies. And this is like a really a USP for GATO, that we have this build up where the sustainable solution for the community needs is really in the center, as it is not in the center in all the standards that exist at the moment. We now would like to highlight some criteria that were also mentioned before, but go a little bit deeper into it, since in order to achieve like this triangle, they are indispensable and they need to be addressed right from the beginning, and also be set up in a smart way, addressed in a smart way in order to achieve the accreditation. And therefore, I want to highlight the 3 permanence, additionality, and leakage within this workshop. They are the most crucial ones. And the permanence actually means that how long can the carbon benefit of a project really last after it was implemented? When we, for example, have a look at a reforestation project, it means to ensure that the forest, for example, will stay there for like as long as possible, nearly 50, at least 50 years, for example. But also for renewable energy project, it needs to make sure that it stays for a very long time. So this there needs to be a profound risk assessment, of course, to address all the risks that are there, that there could be an impermanence. We will come to the importance of the permanence later on in the discussion, because there are different methods and options to address the permanence and to pay attention to it. And we would like to identify challenges that have already been there or that could be there to achieve this permanence and to address it, that it can be made sure that the carbon benefit stays for a very long time. To come to the next criteria, additionality, this always refers to the net carbon negative, meaning that it needs to be ensured that the activity of the project would not have been realized without the carbon credits, otherwise it would not be additional. And this in particular means that the project cannot be to fulfill, for example, official policies or regulations, because we are operating in the voluntary carbon market, and it could be a problem. And this is also like a criticism of all the existing standards, that the additionality has not always been scientifically proven, so to say. And so this is something very important that needs to be addressed and needs to be developed. To come to the third criteria, this is leakage. It all depends on which criteria, which project character you look at, but specifically it means that there is like a net change of the anthropogenic emissions through the different sources that occur like outside of the project. Meaning, for example, when there was a project that prevents deforestation, it needs to make sure that the deforestation does not happen just someplace else, that there's no shift in the potential activity. And therefore, there's also again a risk assessment that needs to be done. And this percentage of a potential activity shift, of course, needs to be determined. And we wanted to highlight this again because it needs to be developed again in a smart way, but to develop it, we need to identify again challenges and problems that maybe have already occurred, or that we can learn from past experiences to make it better, and to right from the beginning consider those criteria. And of course, as I said before, these are not the only criteria that we have. Because of time, we now only focus on these three, to also put it into the discussion afterwards, to talk about it and to learn from each other and from each other's experience and knowledge and expertise, but also because they depend on what project type we look at. As I said, when we have a forestry project or also a renewable energy project, it can be very different, but still these are the three criteria that needs to be met in all project types that we consider. And with this, I would like to start the discussion and hand over back to Ellie, because you see with the little picture here on the left, that as it was also mentioned several times before, the goal is that the African countries and the project developer in Africa are in the center of the whole certification process, starting with the idea, the development of the project within the countries, the initiative in it, but still we can have international project partners and also international credit buyers, but they all need to be with the focus on the communities and the local integration. And for the discussion, I would hand back to Ellie.
Oh, thank you so much, Sophia. We already know that we need an African-based CO2 compensation certification, because we can just, with the presentation of Professor Salifu, he pointed out that we have different barriers which not allow a lot of African projects to apply for CO2 compensation credits. So it's the reason why we want to address you some question, and we want you all to give your opinion about that. And by the way, I want also to also congratulate all the other scholarship holders, because they are working on different type of criteria based on different kind of project, like forestry project, a clean cooking, PV system, and so on. So for the first one, which challenges have you come across for crediting your projects? So since the beginning of this conference, a lot of people, a lot of speakers pointed out different aspects they used to set in order to apply for credits. So which challenges have you come across for crediting your projects? If you tried and you have a feedback from that, and your project has been credited. And the second one, which challenges do you see for establishing a criteria-based certification? because Professor Salipu pointed out different kind of criteria we want to set in the CO2 compensation, mostly for the GATO one. So the first one was about the additionality, the permanence, leakage, external validation, Paris Agreement, ex ante, post ante. What is your regard about different all these different criteria we have? And the last one, have you come across tools addressing criteria, for example, mid permanence in a project? Because most of the time when we talk about, like for example, reforestation projects, people got to have an issue, big struggle about the permanence. So have you come across with tools addressing this criteria? So we now give the floor to all the participants. You can even write in the chat or raise your hand to have the floor. So the first one, which challenges have you come across for crediting your project?
Okay, so I think they are at the end of the presentation, but still open for all the participants, those who have some ideas or response, they can answer to their open questions. So the floor is open to everybody. So Ali Joe, Jum?
Yeah.
Okay, so the floor is open to participants. The presentation of the two persons, our two experts, Eli and Sophia, I can maybe make a small summary of their presentation. They just talk again about standards, but now from general to GATO. They talk about existing standards. They take some concrete examples and give some detail to make them understood very well. So they talk from CDM to Plan Vivo. From CDM to Plan Vivo, they talk about those examples of organization existing to show some standards. But what they show, and we have to keep in mind, they come to the limit of those standards, among which the lack or the less of integration of the community, local community, and also the time which is too long. Those are the main limits I can talk about. And after this, they show a nice pattern, which can be a pattern of GATO process, where people can find two main things, which is the local community place and also the integrated management aspect. And after that, they also talk about some important criteria approaches, among which we talk about later above, but not with detail. And they talk, they repeat it, but with a little detail to make them, to give more sense to the word. It was permanency, which talk about sustainability, the additionality, which ensure that there is no negative effect of carbon, and also what is going on with the project is in line with what is already ongoing in the country. They also talk about leakage, which allow to minimize the outside negative or positive effect. It allowed to take them into account. And they end by these open questions, which give floor to all the participants to share their experience, such as the challenges they made during their process with the project. Thank you.
so much, Professor Salifu. We can just see in the chat that Laikipia University, they already wanted to register for the forest as a CO2 compensation project. It seems like I'm not quite sure if they got the certified the credit about the project. If not, we would like them to have the floor and to explain more how they manage, the way they manage in order to register for the forest project for the accreditation. If someone from Laikipia University or those who work on this project can have the floor to talk about the struggle. Thank you so much, Lily. So which challenges have you come across for crediting your projects? So the question is addressed to Laikipia University, I mean, those who work on this project, and also for all the participants. Thank you so much, Lily. We can just see in the chat that the registration for all the existing CO2 compensation certification is very expensive for small-scale projects. Yeah, you're right. And it's the reason why we want to set a new approach based on African realities in order to ensure that all the different projects held by farmers, for example, or local community, they can also benefit from this accreditation. We will also like to have your opinion about the different criteria based on the GATO framework. Professor Salifu pointed out the additionality again, the permanence, the leakage, the external validation, Paris agreement, and also ex ante and post ante and parallel payments. So what is your opinion about these criteria we have?
Maybe you have already come across those criteria in a project that you have developed or that you have performed or that you would like to perform. And maybe you can exchange with us your experience about it, which criteria you came across and what challenges you have experienced.
Well, thank you so much, Sophia. We have a comment from University of Dakar. Identifying clear indicators to assess the compensation was the main challenge in our project to provide relevant data for CO2 compensation. Oh, thank you so much. So the main struggle was about the indicators. They have to make sure that through the project they will be able to ensure the different criteria demanded by all the different standards we have. I guess maybe it was with CDM standards, and they have a struggle about these indicators. Thank you so much for your sharing. A comment from Dr. Kajo. Okay. Please, Dr. Kajo, you can just have the floor to speak about what you wrote in the chat, because I can't understand well what you mean. Or the question is addressed to Lily.
Do you mean what a small scale project refers to? So I know that it depends on the project type, but for when we really talk about CO2 tons, a small scale project is, I guess, when I have it correct in my mind, is when it has less than 10,000 tons of CO2 over the whole life cycle of the project that should be compensated. But when we talk, for example, about forestry project, it depends on the size or the area that you want to plant the trees on. But I can't give, and for renewable energy, it then refers to, I think, the electricity amount, so to say, but I'm not sure about the correct numbers. Maybe someone else is.
Akajo was asking to me what I meant by small. In fact, if a project is just adapted to a specific community need, and it's not like a huge project, as you explained, Sophia, which is, for example, a field of solar panels, but if it's kind of a solar home systems, we know that you can put together a lot of small projects to one big project if they are all the same time. But since in GATO, we want to really adapt them to the community needs, they are all different kind of small projects. So that's what I meant with small projects. So GATO is not thinking to do very huge projects, which enter in the definition Sophia gave us. We know that some of the GATO communities can be universities. For example, the University of Kinshasa, they said, yes, we want to have all PV panels on our university. Can this enter? In fact, any educational institution can be a community, but then it has to be sure who in the community will care for it. It's not just a university, it's a body doing solar panels, and that's not, for example, the actors in the community caring for it. So it's very different depending of the project, but I think all of our projects are for the moment smaller than Sophia's definition.
Thank you so much, Lily. I think it will be nice to have to give the floor to the University of Dakar so that they can just share about what I talked previously in the chat about the difficulties to identify clear indicators for the projects. So the University of Dakar, you have the floor to talk a bit more about the struggle you had.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mwebi. Please go on.
Now it's
Hello.
Yeah, please go on. We can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. During the opening remarks from our Vice Chancellor at Laikipia University, he talked about Laikipia University having a forest, which has an acreage of 2/3 of the entire acreage of Laikipia University, which is 927 acres or thereabout. And ideally, we have been looking forward to see if we can be able to be given carbon credits, because Laikipia is one such a university whose aim is looking forward to a very sustainable environment. And therefore, most of what we do, some of the activities we do are geared towards environmental conservation. That is why we normally have tree planting and trying to put up a greater forest cover. We have been looking forward to this conference so that we can be able to get African-based solutions to enable us get carbon credit compensation. However, I know there is Carol who said about lack of information. Please, could you try based on your experience, how you can be able to advise Laikipia University to really go about into this aspect of getting carbon credit compensation? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. On our side in Senegal, as mentioned before, we had been having a different kind of projects in the southern part of the country, in a place called Koram, and we have been working there for a couple of years and using different kind of technology to give a relevant answer to people's needs. And we also were worried into integrating and giving more value to what was already proposed as solutions through CO2 compensation. And one of the biggest challenge we have been facing there was to give a precise assess to how much CO2 we could compensate through the different technologies that was provided to the people in this area. So just to give some examples, we have been working on tree planting, but also maintaining the forest that people have there. So these are two parameters that should be put together to evaluate how much the forest and also all this part of the forest that is reforesting and through the tree planting can contribute to compensate or how these activities can be used as solution for CO2 compensation, but using also other technologies like PV system, or for example like briquette production through biomass, or just using biodigester in this place. All these tools are supposed to contribute to the CO2 compensation, but how can we assess the amount of CO2 we are compensating? This is the major question that we have been asking ourselves during our work. So that's why this kind of conference and this kind of opportunity that are given to us are really important, because then it gives the opportunity to all the countries to contribute based on their realities. If we can say so, most of the countries in Africa has almost the same reality. So solutions coming from other countries could be also relevant for us. That's why we also are really glad to be part of this event, and we hope that we can have also good answers to our questions and also good solutions for further works. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. So we will close the session in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Professor Salifu. Sophia, do you have something else to add before we go to the hand, because the time allocated is quite exhausted?
No, thank you so much. Also, all the contributions are very important, and to learn from each other which experiences in each project occurred are very important. So yeah, thank you for it. And that's it from my side.
Okay, so thank you so much. And then if people can just allow us, we maybe later on we can just send you an email about that, or you can even send all your contribution in the GATO email address so that we can just try to collect, and we hope that for the next coming month we'll be done with the CO2 certification with GATO network. So we thank you so much for your kind attention. And thank you so much. I will now give the floor to Professor Salifu for the next.
Okay, so following the schedule of the day, I think we should pass the floor to Professor Valentin, who will continue with the roundtable.
Thank you so much. We can appreciate the team. Kindly let's appreciate the team. Thank you so much. We really appreciate for that session. Now we want to head all the way to, and in Kenya we say Asante Sana. We head to Valentine. Valentine.
Yeah.
Valentine. We also request all participants of the round table to prepare to join. All participants of the round table to prepare to join. That is a team from Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, DRC, Congo, Kenya, and Senegal. Togo together with Uganda. Kindly, Valentine. Valentine. We are getting set for the round table. Valentine. That has been a wonderful discussion. Yes, Valentine is also in Burkina Faso. So we'll be heading to Burkina Faso. So we are waiting for your signal, Valentine. The next session will take around 50 minutes. And we are waiting for the team.
Yes, sir. We are ready.
Great. Great. We can see you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. We are having a round table this morning with representatives of policymakers from different countries: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, DRC Congo, Kenya, Senegal, Togo, and Uganda. I hope all these are connected so we can start. We will take about an hour for this round table. And since we have we have 8 countries, we will give 4 minutes. 5 minutes to each country to say something about this round table. The round table is about community-based CO2 compensation projects in Africa. Can this create a future for fewer carbon emissions and more opportunity for African communities? So we want all these representative policymakers to make a statement. So each one have about 5 minutes to make this their statement. So I will go through alphabetical order. I will give the floor now to Benin, the representative of Benin, to give the statement about this community-based CO2 compensation project and what's the future for Africa, the opportunity for Africa. If the person from Benin is connected, that person have the floor, please. Benin is not there. Benin is not represented. On a demandé à chaque pays, aux pays que j'ai cités, le Bénin, le Burkina, le Cameroun, la RDC, le Kenya, le Sénégal, le Togo et l'Ouganda, d'avoir de faire, de donner, comment on peut dire ça, leur point de vue sur la compensation carbone, les projets de compensation carbone basés sur les communautés. Et on veut savoir si le fait si cela peut apporter, si c'est une opportunité pour les communautés africaines. Donc, on demande à chaque pays de donner son point de vue en 5 minutes. Donc, je donne la parole au Bénin. S'il y a un représentant du Bénin qui est là, qu'il prenne la parole.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je représente le Bénin actuellement. Et si vous voulez bien, je vais aller en français.
Vous pouvez vous présenter, donner votre nom au moins.
Oui, oui. Okay. Je m'appelle Fontekluno Augustin Credo. Je fais partie de l'équipe du Bénin.
D'accord, vous avez déjà perdu beaucoup de temps. Vous avez 5 minutes pour faire votre déclaration. Ce qu'on vous demande, c'est une déclaration, pas un discours.
D'accord. Et ce que je peux dire par rapport à la communauté de base, c'est que pour tout projet de compensation carbone, la communauté doit être vraiment impliquée. Parce que pour arriver à atteindre les objectifs, il faut que la population sache ce qu'il doit gagner par rapport au projet de compensation carbone. C'est-à-dire, si le projet vient au niveau de la population, et elle doit bénéficier, elle doit dire, bon, qu'est-ce que moi je gagne de ce projet? Donc, ça voudrait dire qu'on doit tenir compte de la population afin de pouvoir passer, afin de pouvoir contribuer, voilà, à la compensation carbone. Donc, pour tout projet, il faudra chercher à savoir qu'est-ce que la population gagne. Voilà, qu'est-ce que la population peut gagner à travers ce projet. Un exemple, si c'est les projets sur la gestion des déchets, on pense que là, la population peut peut-être, voilà, elle est concernée, elle gagne aussi parce qu'elle est formée, elle est sensibilisée. Donc, je pense que c'est ce que je peux dire par rapport à la communauté et la compensation carbone.
Merci beaucoup. The representative of Benin, I think it's Augustin Fantonon. J'espère que j'ai bien noté le nom.
Bien sûr.
The representative of Benin says that a community should be involved in all the projects, all the GATO projects. And first of all, for the project to be a success, the community usually asks the question, what are we going to gain out of this project? If the community don't see the interest, then the project won't be sustainable. So in all our projects, we should think about what the community is going to gain out of that project. And he gave the example of plastic waste management where people can make money out of it. So we should really think about that when we set up a project. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Can I give the floor now to Burkina Faso? No, okay, I don't see our representative in our room. He usually is with us for the last 2 days. He was with us. Since he's not, I don't see him. I think I will pass the floor to Cameroon to make the statement. Let me remind the topic is community-based CO2 compensation projects in Africa. Can this create a future for fewer carbon emissions and more opportunity for African community? Okay, I'm told that the representative of Burkina Faso is coming, so I will give the floor to Cameroon. So we should answer this question, make a statement to answer the question, can this create a future for fewer carbon emission and more opportunity for African community. Please, Cameroon representative, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. Distinguished
Is
please.
Mr. Bisenge Steve?
Yes, it's Bisenge Steve, Moni,
Okay.
Cameroon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished.
It's me. This is the moderator. Okay,
The
go ahead.
pleasure is mine on behalf of the Cameroon civil society to congratulate the organization of this first Pan-African CO2 compensation certification conference, GATO-CCCC, for the commendable initiative they have taken to question of today. Why should African CO2 compensation project require standard establishment from the global north? Need to be posed so that we are also bring ideas, solution for the well-being of the continent. This is the main objectives of the international network Bringing Africa Together GATO. Whose activities are in line with the policy of great opportunities of His Excellencies Paul Biya, Head of State, President of the Republic of Cameroon. Indeed, the government, the Republic has drawn up a national development strategies 2020 and 2013 is in the front that appear as a real comprehensive of standard, critical and indicator for Cameroon march together initiatives by 2035. Let me give you some indicator of in the East 13 that are directly linking to the CO2 compensation in Cameroon. Chapter 3, with the structural transformation of the economics integrate aspects such as sustainable management of the forest and natural resource, adaptation to the climate change, the migrate of energized production system to green technologies, and the promotion of scientific agriculture that preserve ecosystems and living species. In adds to the economics background of the CO2 compensation, the integrate of the environment problematics in our education system in large is becoming more and more a reality. The new compensation oriented currently education integrate as fundamental objectives the promotion of sustainable development. In the domain of the non-formal education, the civil society organization are working hand in hand with the government to implement the United Nations 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development at national level. From this platform, the initiatives certainly find Pan-African partners who are committed to contribute to emergence of our continent. Finally, allow me to note the importance of the scientific reflection undertaken over the last 3 days on community development issues This ensuring of search for development is essentially pillar of strategy towards emergency by 2013. This is based on the complementary of the public and private sector in order to promote great competitiveness of both our scientific and the knowledge production on the continent. My congratulations go to Dr. Nanga Lionel, who is also the director of cabinet of the Digital Agency for Supporting of Youth Project and Approach, and who has coordinated the activities around these issues in the city of Yaoundé. Our wish is to extend the initiative to all Cameroonian communities. Thank you for your keen attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisengi. In order for us to capture all you have said, if you can give a copy to the national coordinator, to Lionel, so that we can put it in our report, it would be very good. For matter of time, please, all our distinguished policymakers, if we can make a short statement in 5 minutes maximum, it will help, because we are 1 hour late concerning our schedule. So now the floor will go to the RDC, DRC Congo.
Thank you. Thank you.
La RDC, représentant de la RDC, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, are you getting me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
RDC? La RDC?
Yes, I'm Alain Bertrand, as you want to know who is talking. So we want to present.
Yes, Alain Bertrand.
Yes, I'm the one in person. We wanted to present our project based on agroecological and CO2 compensation service through our project, which was defined already with the ASAS project, which is the CO2 compensation in our agroecological platform. So if
Can you give a statement, please? Since your project has been presented, what we need is a statement about the question was asked.
Okay, so our statement was just to have more input to our best practice, because we all realize that our society is growing too much. Just to take an example of Kinshasa City, which is now facing a problem of upgrowing population of 40 million inhabitants. So we have to improve our service with the ecological input and process, as well as to provide enough food to feed this population. And it's sufficient for a growing world population not to be harmful to the environment and natural resources. This imposes us to use good practice, as we have learned with the sustainable development goal, as developing our organic farming, to diverse our crops rotation, to the biological environment, and our platform and subject has been developed already, as we are now following the CO2 compensation, is to understand and see how our population in the peri-urban area of Gili-Brasserie, that area, could now benefit more carbon credit to came up with this masterpiece of developing the project, and to provide this solution with also the good practice in terms of using renewable energy sources than the traditional session was to just fire the farm, and we abandon those bush practice, as we call it, the indigenous system. So agroecology, we think, we now introduce us to the most responsible solution to apply all what is now giving us the criteria and protocol and go in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alain Bertrand.
Yes.
And now I will give the floor to Kenya. Please make a short statement about the question that was asked. Can the CO2 compensation create a future? Can this create a future for fewer carbon emissions and more opportunity for African communities? We are talking about community-based CO2 compensation projects. Kenya, representative of Kenya, please. Is there any representative from Kenya who can make a statement? No one from Kenya? If Kenya is not ready, I will move to Senegal.
Hello, everybody. Hello. My name is Adam.
Senegal. This is Mr. Adam Tidiane, Professor Adam
at the
Tidiane.
University.
Okay. Yes, Professor, you have the floor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Good. So I say my name is Adam Tijani. I'm professor at Dakar University. What I want to say it's about the project that's going on in Senegal in terms of CO2 compensation. In terms of energy, you know that after the COP of Paris, so Senegal jumped to what we call the mix, it's an energetic mix. What we set up solar plants, we try to set up also plants coming from the wind. This is good, but my worries is about the transfer of technology. This is, I mean, it's a good project in terms of CO2 compensation, but the benefit is only we kept carbon, but we don't have any transfer of technology. I used to say from people like France and the United States, the best thing is to transfer technology from these countries to West African countries. That can be a benefit because we are facing the same problem in terms of employment of young people. And I think that is a good opportunity for our country to give jobs for these young people. In terms of transportation, the CO2 compensation, we have two good projects here, what we call the BRT. BRT is a project that we are going to use electrical bus. So it means that all transportation using fuel and gas oil will be taken away. And we have also another project, what we call TER. It's a train, electrical train. But for these two projects, we are going to find to be in face of two problems. The problem is to change our behavior. If the Senegalese people are ready to take this train, if all other population, that's going to be a big deal, to my view. But it's one of the best projects that we can have in terms of compensation. In terms of reforestation, you know, we have what we call like Grande Muraille Verte. It means that it's a project we want to plant trees from Dakar to Djibouti. This is a very, very good project. But in this project, I think we have to involve more and more the population. We have to involve more and more researchers to be sure that we are going to attain our project. And to finish, to my view, one of the best projects in Africa for African population, I'm not talking about the cities, I'm not talking about the villages. It's the development of biodigester. The biodigester can give you gas, and this gas can provide gas for cooking, and also we can keep like fertilizers for agriculture. To my experience, we did it, and we improved our agricultural production from 60% to 60%. And I think this is a project that we can set in Africa that gonna take the CO2 and also give us what we call alimentary security, provide job for young people, and our state must push this kind of project to make the transportation available in our country. That's the thing that I would like to say for the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. At the end, I will try to make a summary of all of the key words in the statements. Now I will call on representative from Togo. If Togo has a representative. I see GATO-Togo with the hands up. So Togo, you have the floor. La parole est au Togo pour faire sa déclaration concernant la question qui a été posée. Est-ce que la compensation carbone, le projet de compensation carbone basé sur les communautés, est-ce que cela peut être une opportunité, des opportunités pour les communautés africaines et permettre de baisser l'émission de gaz? Donc, le Togo, vous avez la parole.
Merci, madame. Je profite de l'occasion pour remercier toutes les organisations qui sont réunies pour la bienvenue de ce événement un peu plus important. Et le réchauffement climatique. Vous pouvez donner votre nom? Non. Pouvez-vous vous présenter, donner votre nom? Je me nomme Plegayaoui, enseignant-chercheur à l'Université de Lomé. Je n'ai pas entendu. Je n'ai pas entendu. Vous Plegayaoui. C'est bon? Si vous pouvez écrire, si quelqu'un peut me mettre ça dans le chat, je vais pouvoir noter. Non. Bon, le nom sera écrit dans le chat. Oh. Non, non, allez-y, quelqu'un d'autre va mettre ça dans le chat. D'accord. Allez-y, prenez la parole. Je disais tantôt, le réchauffement climatique n'épargne aucun continent ou aucun pays actuellement. Si je prends le cas des pays africains qui sont tous touchés par le réchauffement climatique. Donc, je peux dire que nous sommes dans une guerre environnementale et il faut trouver des solutions adéquates pour résoudre ce problème de l'heure. Résoudre ce problème de l'heure peut nous amener d'abord à résoudre le problème de la sécurité alimentaire, résoudre le problème de chômage de la jeunesse africaine. Pourquoi je dis cela? La compensation du CO2 par le projet du réseau GATO peut nous permettre de reboiser tous les espaces en Afrique, avoir de la verdure, et il y aura une bonne pluviométrie. On peut avoir de bons rendements au niveau de l'agriculture. Et pour reboiser, ça peut permettre d'avoir de petits boulots et ça va diminuer le chômage. Déjà, c'est un point positif pour ce projet. Et je voulais ajouter, second point, que il faut que nous, les Africains, nous arrivons, nous, les chercheurs, les ONG, à diagnostiquer les mots qui minent nos sociétés. Nous devons aller au fin fond de nos rameaux pour voir de quoi nos populations ont besoin. Et nous devons nous s'appuyer sur les recherches et développement. Aller au niveau de la population, les problèmes qu'ils ont besoin. Ils ont, par exemple, dans nos milieux, les gens ont besoin de boire d'énergie. Aujourd'hui, avec le réchauffement climatique, il faut changer maintenant de paradigme pour aller vers le gaz. Donc, les déchets dans nos communautés, comment on peut les transformer pour faire du gaz, du biogaz, et laisser l'environnement vert pour que la vie soit normalisée, ou même chasser l'avancée de la désertification du désert. On peut chasser l'avancée des déserts par le projet GATO et éviter le réchauffement climatique, avoir une bonne produit, résoudre le problème du chômage de la jeunesse africaine. Si nous avons des emplois sur place, je compte bien que nos jeunes, nos talents ne vont plus quitter nos pays pour des aventures non connues pour l'Occident. Donc, moi, je trouve que le projet GATO est la bienvenue. Ça peut nous permettre de solliciter. C'est une panacée. Je profite de l'occasion encore pour remercier tous les organisateurs qui ont mis sur pied ce projet pour que nous puissions fédérer nos énergies, nos efforts, nos idées pour trouver un tas soit plus de solutions à nos problèmes localement en Afrique. Je vais profiter de ça pour interpeller toutes les nations. Comme au Togo cette année, le gouvernement devrait décider de planter d'ici 10 ans, en 2030, 1 milliard de plants. Ça veut dire au moins 100 millions de plants par an. Si tous les pays de l'Afrique peuvent emboîter le pas du Togo, j'espère que dans 10 ans, nous aurons une Afrique verdoyante. Sur ce, je vous remercie. Bon vent pour le projet GATO. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. J'espère que quelqu'un a mis le nom dans le chat et que après je vais pouvoir noter. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Now I will pass on to Uganda before I go back to Burkina Faso. A representative from Uganda, can you make your statement, please?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. This is Caroline from Uganda.
Okay, Caroline, welcome.
Yes, I agree with the statement, yes, that in terms of carbon compensation has a future for carbon emissions reduction in Africa. Mainly because we already have the renewable energy sources in terms of wind, solar, geothermal, mini grids, biogas. And when we really, if we create more awareness to the communities, certainly we shall be able to achieve a benefit for Africa. But certainly what we need to take into consideration is that we need to have baseline reference emission levels to enable us to be able to do this. But also we need to be able to have structures in place. We need to establish structures that will enable participatory reporting of carbon emissions. This will also enable us to facilitate negotiations, consultations, and result-based payments. But we also need to ensure that we avoid issues relating to carbon grabbing, and we certainly need to create more awareness in terms of carbon rights, such that somebody is able to present evidence of compensation in line with what he actually has. We also need to be able to mobilize our communities and empower them to be able to participate in the carbon emission compensation. But certainly this has to be a voluntary mechanism where we are going to work more with the civil society. And in Uganda, we are already doing this, such that the communities are able to voluntarily negotiate what would be belonging to them in terms of carbon emissions. But for us to be able to do this, we need to be able to establish frameworks in terms of signing the conventions, have regulatory frameworks and standards, follow the clean development mechanisms, have benefit sharing agreements, do monitoring, reporting, and verification, build capacity, both in terms of human resource, finance, and technology, and certainly the aspects of the need for the NOC shares as it was presented in the workshop. Because you realize that in terms of deforestation, we have structures in terms of REDD+ for deforestation. But when you look at the renewable energy, how do we report this? So we certainly need to have structures in place to enable us to be able to achieve that. So I think that's what I had to share for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Now I think I will go back to Burkina Faso. I will give the floor to Burkina Faso. Our honorable director, regional director is here, so he can make his statement. On vous demande de donner votre avis très court. Est-ce que c'est une opportunité? Et en quoi cela va baisser les émissions de gaz? Je sais pas si. Voilà.
Allô et bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Chekini Bouissan Nestor, directeur régional du Fonds d'intervention pour l'environnement de l'Ouest, basé donc à Bobo-Dioulasso ici. Alors, en tant que structure relevant donc du ministère de l'Environnement, de l'économie verte et du changement climatique, je vais dire, en tout cas, donner un peu le point de vue du ministère par rapport à ces questions. Alors, nous avons, au niveau du premier ministère, créé une structure qu'on appelle l'autorité nationale désignée, qui est donc en charge de ces questions-là. Et vu donc l'importance de la question du carbone, nous avons initié au niveau national des sorties de sensibilisation à travers l'ensemble des régions du Burkina Faso, l'ensemble des 13 régions. Et alors, il s'agit là, au cours de ces sorties, de dire un peu aux populations que des opportunités existent donc pour y contribuer donc, à séquestrer davantage le carbone à travers donc, des soumissions pour donc, des projets, en tout cas fiables à cet effet. Parce que vous savez que au niveau des populations locales, ce n'est pas aisé. Donc, l'accès à ces crédits-là, étant donné d'ailleurs que la plupart du temps, c'est l'anglais pour l'élaboration de ces projets. Donc, ça, c'est un souci. Sinon, il y a quand même que le gouvernement qui est très conscient de cela a initié des projets qui sont donc mis en œuvre par les populations pour réaliser des plantations qui donc ont une grande capacité donc de captation, de séquestration donc du carbone, issu donc d'Anacardium occidentalis, qui est donc une espèce qui se développe très bien, qui se cultive très bien au niveau du bassin de la Comoué, donc constitué donc par 3 grandes régions ici de notre pays. Alors, c'est une question également que notre structure qui est l'EFIE devait pouvoir prendre en charge complètement, mais vu que nous ne sommes pas encore accrédités, ça veut dire que nous n'avons pas encore des fonds assez, en tout cas, consistants pour donc nous intéresser complètement à cette question. Mais nous sommes, depuis 2018, en train de, dans le processus, en tout cas, de notre accréditation au niveau du Burkina Faso. C'est une autre structure privée, donc Coris Bank. Voilà, donc c'est pour vous dire que la question du carbone est tellement importante que le gouvernement a même initié par rapport à ça une journée de l'arbre annuellement qui est présidée donc par le chef de l'État lui-même au niveau des régions chaque année. Et en plus de cela, il y a la journée de plantation où il est demandé à chaque population du Burkina Faso de planter au moins un arbre. Donc, toutes choses qui peuvent en tout cas contribuer à la séquestration donc, du carbone. Donc, ce que je peux dire par rapport à cette question, c'est vraiment ça, et vous dire combien donc cela est important. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le directeur régional. Nous allons revenir Non, je ne sais pas quel pays on avait sauté. Kenya. Is somebody from Kenya ready? Kenya. Nobody from Kenya to make a statement? Laikipia University must send somebody to make a statement. Or are you too tired after these 2 days, these 3 days?
No.
Well, while I was waiting for Kenya, is somebody ready to take the floor on behalf of Kenya to make a statement? Okay, while we are waiting, maybe I should.
Yes, hello. We would like to present our tools optimization from DRC. We forgot to talk about
DRC. You want to say what? Because DRC already talked. Representative from Kenya. Kenya is ready. Yes, I'm told Kenya is ready. So you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm Alomor New from DRC. And network GATO.
The floor is for Kenya, not DRC. You talk already, DRC. Kenya, please.
Madam Chair, kindly we can go to DRC. Our representative is not ready. Kindly we can go to DRC, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, please. Have a few minutes, not a speech, not a presentation. Just give a statement, please. DRC.
Okay. I just want to introduce
just a statement.
Yes, I will be so fast. I don't want to speak about a tool in the CO2 compensation we are developing here in partnership in some university in Hong Kong, and we're about to introduce it here in government to see how we can apply to begin to apply the royalty CO2 taxes. This is the main thing I can say about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much being so short. Okay, there's nobody available from Kenya.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I am Dr. Mwebi from Laikipia University.
Okay. Dr. Mwebi.
Yes, I'm Dr. Mwebi from Laikipia University. Apparently, I am talking from the village because we had
That's
the
good,
issue.
so you can see the community.
But this is quite a natural environment. We were looking for the UNEP person to talk, but I think I will just give a statement to represent what the Kenyan policymakers think about the CO2 compensation conference. The theme of this conference about CO2 compensation based on African solution is quite a timely affair, and we are calling upon all stakeholders to make concerted efforts to come into play and help the African continent try to find solutions which are African-based. And I want to challenge and call upon universities and other knowledge creation institutions to really ensure that we have even issues related to carbon compensation integrated into their syllabus, because that is the only way universities can be able to come and try to solve problems which are affecting the society. And especially the issue of trying to develop an instrument for purposes of CO2 compensation is quite critical, and universities, being knowledge creators, need to take to come on board and help the society in developing such a kind of instrument. I think that is the short presentation we can be able to make. Basically, we are looking forward to the role of universities in establishing linkages with the partners, NGOs, international organizations, the UNEP, and the other environmental-based institutions to ensure that we have sustainable environment going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwebi. I think I gave a floor to all the countries. I didn't forget any. Burkina Faso has talked, Benin, Cameroon, RDC, Kenya, Senegal, Togo, and Uganda. I will take just a few minutes to try to come up with a keyword that I put down. I hope I got everything. But one thing I can say that all the countries agree that this community-based CO2 compensation projects are very welcome, and they arrive at the right time for the continent. All of them agree on that statement. But there are some issues that should be taken into account. The one is that communities are considered, really considered, not just put their name and they don't act. Communities must be really mobilized, and there should be actors, real actors. And for that, they should be mobilized, they should be empowered, and also we should have some instruments, some framework and standards in order to measure the impact of all these projects. We should have structure that will help us to really be good negotiators and to report on all of our activities. And also, we should think about the food security in our activities. The project should lead to food security, to provide enough food so that we can help the young people get jobs through all the projects that we are going to implement. And the university and research centers are also called to really develop some instruments so that we can that can help the project that we are going to implement. And also we think about the linkages, partnership with all of the actors, community, NGOs, university, and research center. They should work all hand to hand together in order to have these projects have an impact on Africa. And some examples are being given. Senegal, for example, talk about this electrical train that is a project for in Senegal, and also talk about this project on Grand Muraille Verte that will go from Dakar to Djibouti, and all of us are called to be involved in that project. And also the Senegal really emphasized on the development of a biodigester. They think that he said that the professor said that if all the African countries involved in GATO can have project on biodigester, because the biodigester can provide light, they can be used for cooking, and also as one of the projects of fertilizers. So this all this can help the community, since we are going to work with the community people. And also the young should not be forgotten in all of our projects, because today we can see how people are going to Europe and dying in the ocean. So if we have projects that can help our young people to stay at home, and that will be very helpful. Burkina Faso also give the example of the importance of this GATO of CO2 compensation project for the government. He gave the example of that the government put up a date for what we call Journée de l'Arbre. This is a day for planting trees, where the president himself give the example to the population. And also the government put up a fund that really work with for carbon sequestration. But the problem that they are going through is how to be accredited. He said that it's a hard business, but we are in the process since 1918, and they hope that they can be accredited so that they can look for funds at the international level. So I think this is what I write down. Maybe I forgot some other thing, but this is the major thing that I put down. I note when this honorable policymaker from these countries are given the floor. Our program will continue. Maybe we should, because we were supposed to have 1 hour. We have few minutes left. So if the technique from Kenya have some cultural events, they can put it down for 10 minutes so that after that we can continue our program.
Chair of the session. Thank you so much, our panelists. Let's appreciate them kindly. Let's appreciate them. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we say Asante Sana. We'll have a short break. Yes, Asante Sana. We'll have a short break. In the short break, before we go to the next session, we will be having a cultural dance from Togo and Congo. Two cultural dances, one from Togo and the other one from DRC Congo. Let's get entertained.
After that, we give the floor to the participants to ask questions, to make a comment to all this has been said through the policymakers' statements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Asante Sana. Our technical team, let's go to Togo.
Samba kuka monya kaminyela kumpokolo kakwena mukia mamwanye Ikibana mamutombo wangole magolo kunsanga lubawenyi Mana kunangi bajakala bagaja milombe kibaka seleja weye Babula kwa monje mamwanye Unangi jimu bala bala lubuta Utanga bala chebe chijimweyi
Bana mbaga sokutwambisha malu Ubwa bankambwa Kantu bukulon Jinyoru kambale Ulube wakaje chombo cha mamu kumala Ulube
Wibataye kwa bukashije
Ulube
Uluba kele makota mulwe
Ulube
Wabilaye aibende kashije
Ulube
Uluba mwena bukoya wakashije
Ulube
Kunyema kalani bitochi bisukala
Ulube
Wakaji numa ichende na ni nyuma yende ya makoye ya mulona
Tushasha bonsu
Hello. I think we wait for Valentine Osalifo. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you? Can you hear me?
Now we hear you.
Yeah. I'm back. I'm sorry. I didn't. My microphone was closed. Yes, we are back now. So we can continue with the program.
Yes, please, let's go on with the program.
Yes, I think the next section is about launching the pilot project.
That's true. We can go on.
Yes.
So, Amadou, can you share the screen, or I should share the screen?
Oh, yeah, Lily should share the screen. This is what I have on my paper here.
Okay, I will share the screen, and then Salifou can do the presentation. 1 second. It will
yes.
start directly.
Share the screen, Amadou and Salifou.
Amadou, you have the floor.
Oh, did you hear me? Hello, did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Amadou. But
yes, we can hear you, Amadou. Go on.
We can see and we can hear you.
Amadou, you can go on.
Hello, did you hear me now?
Very well.
Okay, so I'm going to present some of the specific objective, general objective and specific and the standard for the GATO, for the Greening Africa Together CO2 compensation, launching the pilot phase project and the poster. Slide. Next slide. Okay. So for the objective that the main aims of CO2 compensation scheme is to fight climate change and at the same time address the SDGs. However, GATO posed the question, why should African CO2 compensation project require standard established from the global north? Therefore, there is need for African-based CO2 compensation initiative as opposed to depending on the global north. The development of standards, criteria, and indicators to establish the African-based Greening Africa Together CO2 compensation certification is needed. This will support and empower African local communities, NGOs, and universities to carry out sustainable, integrated climate protection and development projects and to finance them as compensation projects. Slide. For the specific objective of GATO CO2 compensation certification, you have to establish Greening Africa Together CO2 compensation certification, also to fight climate change and address the SDGs through CO2 compensation schemes. After to develop Africa-based standards for African CO2 compensation project, other than realign on standard developed from outside the continent, develop standard criteria and indicators adapted to small-scale projects, and to establish a suitable open source software hardware developed by African researchers. Next slide. To enable local communities and social institutions to monitor indicators for climate and SDGs, to determine how the choice of the indicators influence project success, to develop the literature and research output by African researchers, to further fight climate change issues and SDGs, to empower and support African local communities, universities, local and international student teams, and local NGOs to carry out sustainable, integrated climate protection and develop projects, and to finance them as compensation projects. Next slide. For the Commission, the Greening Africa Together, we have the commission. In that commission, you have many competencies at the commissions. So we have law and justice for accreditation, voluntary carbon, because in Greening Africa Together, we opt the voluntary compensation. And you have also renewable energy access to water. In that commission, you have also many competencies. You have also economic and income generation. You have education and dissemination commission. You have also the gender and diversity is very important commission also. Sustainable architecture, land cost and sustainable agriculture, food product, transport, mobility commission, health and clean water and sanitation, resource management and circular economic, protection of forests, biodiversity, and clean cooking. This is the old commission that we create in the Greening Africa Together, and we have also the standard criteria and indicators. Each commission African senior member, each commission you have the senior member and also the junior international junior members, non-African, external, and advisor. Next step. For the GATO competence standard, you have also the community base that you have to integrate stakeholder approach at the community basis. You have to integrate the stakeholder base. Energy, food, water nexus. We have all the nature-based solution, and that standard you have to promote organic agriculture like the biodiversity, forest protection, ecosystems, service, etc., etc. We have also the income generating. You have to create the income generation, green economic also, pseudo funding for community project. We have also the monitoring is very important to have the monitoring in our project, monitoring by organized community members, validation and evaluation through academic partnership, as we have the academic as the partners, external and international audits. That criteria is very important. We have our projects have to be audited to evaluate by the external partners. Also training for communities, education for students through service learning is very important also. Gender equity, diversity, respect of local culture, peace building, universal fraternity. This is our standard that we propose in the Greening Africa Together. Next slide. For the main principle for the sustainable development, we have main principles on the climate service. First of all, avoid CO2 emission, replace the use of dirty fossil fuel with the clean renewable energy.
Amadou, I can continue. Amadou, I can continue.
Amadou, let Dr. Salifu continue.
Well, so we continue after the standards. We now show the main principles of GATO. By presenting those principles, we have we selected two main things: the climate services, and also our adhesion to the Sustainable Development Goals. For the climate services, we already presented this, but here we will go to deeper when we are talking about avoid CO2 emission in replacement of the use of dirty fossil fuel with clean renewable energy. We are also thinking about wind, hydro, electricity, solar, and biomass. and also prevent release of emission caused by burning of agricultural residues and waste. The second in this climate services is reduce energy consumption and the use of fossil fuel through energy efficiency measures. Example is in clean cooking stove, energy efficiency, light bulbs, and reducing or replacing single-use plastic and aluminum packages. The third is capture or stock carbon in trees. I think this part is very important in the activities in Africa. And here we are thinking about reforestation and forest regeneration projects, organic agriculture, using those kind of conservation and preservation and restoration of the soil, and also agroforestry activity. And the last, which is the fourth, is to be able to quantify these climate services in terms of CO2 carbon equivalent, which is very important, and also highlight the use and the importance of the technical services involved in this process. Example is universities, experts, and also research centers. And at the second part is also the sustainable development goals, which are also considered. And this shows that our process is also in line or take into account the goals or the objective of the international, of the sustainable development. And those which are interested for us are mentioned here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 15, 13. But of course, 13 also, which is mainly in the first activity component. Next, please. We also talk about general criteria for CO2 compensation schemes to be observed. And I think Eli and also Sophia give some detailed explanation here. And this is what should be kept in mind as a picture or things people should think about. I think those elements are also in line with the common standards we know, but with a special, how to say, apport or special input from GATO. So here we can maybe see the leakage and also the exempt and post-ex and parallel payment. This is very important. But I think the others also are in the other standard we know already. And here, another thing which has not been shown by Eli and Sophia is the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is very new. And for the moment, we don't have some detail about this. But I think with the expertise of Amadou and other international experts in the law related to the environment, I think we will have some detail about this agreement, and some could be useful in our process. Next, please. What about the main characteristics and features? GATO CO2 compensation certification also has some important characteristics which gives the very high quality of our CO2 compensation, such as the voluntary compensation schemes. We know that there are some markets like Kyoto market, which are regulatory, but there are also voluntary compensation, which are not regulatory, but quality also. So our CO2 compensation will be based on voluntary compensation, CO2 compensation. The second characteristic is that the GATO CO2 compensation is a multi-stakeholder GATO CO2 compensation agreement. We will oblige all the stakeholders in a country about a project to have an agreement which show the responsibility of each stakeholder involved in the project. So this is also something very special and particular in GATO. And on top of this, we know that we propose as a characteristic of our GATO CO2 compensation, we say we propose at least 80% of the fund will go directly to the community project. And this is really very special. And what can I say about those characteristics is that on top of all those characteristics we have shown on this slide, we should know that GATO, the particularity of GATO is that it is one of the standards where the scientists and the high educated people, experts, are really working, but the final people who will be using the fund are the local community. This is really very special. Next, please. Our next step, after showing those standards, those characteristics and principles, what next? And here we can say that for the next steps, we will choose some pilot project. And this is why we say that today is the launching day. It is the beginning. Maybe things will not be too much clear as we want, but anyway, it is a launching, the beginning, the first day, the first launching of GATO CO2 compensation carbon project. We will do this. We will also have a pilot project will be supervised and supported by the national GATO offices with the monitoring tools, which have been developed by some commission of INGATO, which have been shown by Amadou, our president and chair, and new chair. Another point also is the experts in the GATO network will be identified to contribute with their expertise. This is very important, and this is where we find the voluntary contribution of scientists. It's really voluntary because they contribute mainly in the building and also in giving value by measuring a CO2 emission quantification. But they are not really using the fund. And this is very important. And we already have many experts. And the remaining thing is to really identify them clearly and putting them in the special commission related to each technique or method. Another next point is creating of greening Africa together international NGO. And I think we go already further in this because we had our General Assembly already. We vote the board, and we will also we voted the chair temporary. We voted already temporary chairs, and where we have Amadou and also vice president, and we have already ideas about national coordinators or we will give. It is possible also to give another name. We will decide it all together. Another thing in next step is accreditation as legal body for GATO CO2 compensation standard, and this will follow the regular process of how to get accreditation. And I think with the expertise of Amadou and other experts in law, and also resource person as myself, I think we can also initiate this and go for her. At the end, it's the opening of the GATO CO2 compensation certification for all African communities, NGO and university to carry out sustainable, integrated climate protection and development projects and to finance them as compensation projects. One special thing in this, talking about scientists, experts, and researchers, and also talking about local communities, there is something between, which is also very special. This is education. And this component is constituted by students. So by valuing expertise, helping local community to carry out actions in relating to fighting against climate change, we have also education, which prepare the human resources to ensure to the sustainability. Next, please. Thank you very much. So it is the end. We are at the end of our presentation, and thank you for your kind attention. Good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salisu. Thank you, President. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Amadou. As we are going through our program, I think now it's the time. I will give the floor to Lily, who will introduce us to the different posters that was in competition, and she will take us through the. I'll give her the floor to say something before we start presenting the posters. Lily, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm only here to give the floor to all our. Okay, so my video is not so necessary because I'm here to share the screen as a base for all our great teams who submitted the pilot projects. Thank you very much for Amadou and Salifu to introduce the launch of our CO2 compensation, GATO-CO2 compensation pilot phase. And for pilot phase, pilot projects are crucial. So the poster competition had the aim to select these pilot projects. And the chairs, they came to the, okay, I think we should keep the surprise. We said we want to see now the pre-selected posters, and then we will inform all those pre-selected poster teams about the decision of the chairs. So I will ask someone, can you see now the poster of Burkina Faso? So yes, I invite someone from the Burkina Faso team to present us their project in less than 2 minutes. So I will put a timer. Please, is Ellie here or someone else from the Burkina Faso project?
Ellie will talk on behalf of Burkina.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. 2 minutes, it's not enough, but I will try. So our project is most related to reforestation and CO2 compensation, mostly through agroforestry. So the community partners are environmental services, the village chief, customary and religious authorities, local population of Kangen, and also the local coordination team and students from local and international ones. So our project will contribute to the achievement of SDGs 2, 7, 13, and also SDG 15. So how the project will mostly tackle the matter of gender and diversity. We just want to say that in this project, the Women Association of the village will be involved in the project. They will be trained in setting up tree nursery, which will contribute to strengthening the financial autonomy. Please go up. Why we need to profit from CO2 compensation funding is that for the project implementation, which will enable local researchers to improve the method of such climate change mitigation measurement and benefit to community of Kangen. We think that financing this student initiative will help to sequestrate carbon while increasing the resilience towards climate change of rural population of Burkina Faso. And it's a pilot project, and we want to achieve that one, and later on it will be a school lesson where we can just practice and try to diversify and apply for each region of the country. Please go down. So how we ensure the sustainability of the project? It's based on 3 aspects. Politically, it means that environmental protection is taken into account by the state. Economically, the setting up of the tree nursery will make it possible in the medium and long term to have plants at lower cost. And socially, the involvement of the local, customary, and religious population and environmental services, and the tree species are chosen by the people themselves. we give them the floor, we give them the opportunity to select the different species they want to have. So the contribution of the project to reduce or to avoid greenhouse gases, we think that the entire project will enable to sequestrate after a certain time something like 1,566 tons per CO2, and we know that through that we want also to sensitize the local population on the management of the renewable natural resources and trying to do assisted, trying to set up regenerative natural assisted projects so that they can just try to select also trees in the fields. So not to be too long, for all your donation and financial support, please contact Burkina Faso coordination team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I can just resume the feedback you got from the chairs is that we congratulate this team because you touched all the questions we found. So the chairs found, and I was in this meeting, so I can say we. So they found that why you need to profit from the money is not clearly answered, because this would answer the question of additionality, but we are convinced that you will be able to do it. So we thank your project very much, and let's listen to the next one. One second. So I invite Meru Fruit Trees Project. I hope you are ready to present.
Yes.
Meru Fruit Trees Project is here ready to present.
Meru Fruit Trees Project is here ready to present. Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready to present. Yeah, my name is Maria from Meru. Our project is more of a fruit planting, that is deforestation for CO2 conservation. We have the target population that is here in Meru, the Zulu community. And,
Maria, it's very nice to have you here.
Maria, it's very nice to have you here.
I think we have some echoes here, and we
Can you hear me?
Now it's better. Go on, please.
Now it's better. Go on, please. Okay. Yeah, our project is on fruit planting, that is deforestation, and our target population, that is Zulu community in Meru. And the project has some objectives, that is CO2 conservation, that is feedback, local population activity. We also have a reduction of logging trees for fuel, and this will happen if we engage the community in the actions, and also this will happen if we engage the community in the actions and the
I really apologize, but I cannot understand Mavia. But possibly it's because a lot of people want to speak. Don't close their microphones. Could yeah, please close all microphones, everyone, including mine.
Lulu, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Yes, it's better. Okay. I've talked about the objectives of the project. I've talked about the benefits of the project, the target population, and contribution to the SDGs. The sustainability of the project is it creates and protects the Pacific enhancing ecological life. It's sustainable environment with no degraded land and better natural resources. Also, life without pollution, especially for air caused by greenhouse gases like CO2, good health, less of being a fruit tree. There is economic sustainability in improvement of health. And we have the financials of the project. And there is a summary on the financials of the project during the implementation. During the summer project. And also we have the donation account here and the chart that is summarizing the finance. And also the project partners of the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. So thank you very much. The chairs found that your project is very interesting, only they were confused that you do fruit agriculture and you call it forestry. But now you have in the title again, sustainable agriculture. So the criteria should a little bit more clear if it's reforestation or if it's forestry, fruit agriculture, excuse me. So, at some places the community was not really clear. It seems the project has two partner communities. It's in partly for poor students at the university, as you said, who should be involved. I think they are also in the UNESCO club, and partly with the community. And there is a women's group with a specific name, which the chairs didn't find on this poster, but it will be solved, we think, with the agreement with the community. Thank you very much. So let's go to the next poster. Laikipia is ready?
Yes, Laikipia.
1 second. I suppose Romanos will explain, or who else? Excuse me, who from Laikipia will explain your poster?
Romanos and Terry, are you ready?
So we gave a little bit more than the 2 minutes to Mavia for technical problems. Please, Laikipia should not exceed the 2 minutes. Laikipia, you're at home. Oh, take care, Marisha. You are jumping to. But if not possibly one of your tutors assist.
Harry? Harry Romanus, are you here? I can see Harry is here now.
Okay, great. Then you still have 1 minute. Some more. Please.
Okay.
The microphone of Brunel. I don't know, a lot of people.
Okay, Lily, we are now ready, and we apologize for technicalities. Okay, on our project,
Please, close the microphone of those who are not speaking. Thank you so much.
Okay, our project is addressing the forest conservation, afforestation, and restoration at global scale. On our field of action, conservation, afforestation, and restoration through partnership, research, extension, outreach, and service learning. Now, one may ask, what is forest conservation? Just to be clear, forest conservation is the practice of planning and maintaining forested areas of the future generations. Is the establishment of forests that were not tree cover. Mainly, the government organizations directly engage in afforestation, forest, and increase carbon.
Close the microphone. I think Brunel has a lot of noise behind.
Okay.
Oh,
can I go?
Yes, yes, you can. It was to help you that everyone can understand you.
Okay. Now, when it comes to forest restoration, it is the actions which accelerate the recovery of forest structure, ecological functioning, and biodiversity levels. Now, to achieve the above concepts, we should engage in partnerships, research extensions, outreach, and service learning. Through partnerships, we are cooperating with the local communities, institutions, and other actors. For example, on our project, we are integrating the local women-based groups, the local administration, the local secondary schools, the inmate institutions, local universities, which is Laikipia University, and also Meru University. Through research, we shall make systematic investigations on the study of climate in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions towards forest management.
Thank you very much. I think you resumed quite shortly. So the chairs were asking to have really the name of the concerned community because it's very important for the common agreements. And also, it seems that you have a lot of non-regional trees. So, and it's not so clear in which point you are working on forestry and in which point you are more working on fruit agriculture. So these are some elements which are suggested by the chairs. So let's come to the next poster. We will listen. Now, I think everyone knows on the list. We are coming now to Cameroon Smart Bio, but they don't need to present. We will just show because they used the time in the session yesterday to present their project. I think we are all remembering. So we just show it again. And I think everyone remembers the nice explanation of Frank yesterday for this smart bioagriculture project, where there's the partner team of the local IDP association. The association is not mentioned as a partner, but it's clear that this association should be in the agreement. So then, excuse me, if there's something important in the chat, someone can help me. It's difficult to read while screen sharing. So then let's go, after having seen all this nice poster of the Cameroon Smart Bioagriculture, we go to the next. So the next is Uganda Green Campus. So Uganda Green Campus, you have.
Yes, hello.
So
hello, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Are you? I thought Crichton from Uganda will present. Is it?
Yes, I'm Crichton.
Ah, nice.
I
didn't see. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So looking at our presentation, we are the Uganda Green Campus team, and we look to implement a functional waste management system at the Uganda Matters University in Nkozi, in PG district in Uganda. So this is a pilot project that we see that's based on the fact that there's no waste management system in this 6,000 student university. So mixed waste is collected, heaped, and burnt, but usually the burning is not accurate, and so is not adequate, and thus there is accumulation of waste pits in this area. This has led to the pollution of land and air, but also led to the harboring of disease-spreading vectors and invited unwanted vermin within this context. So we see our objectives such as waste management, waste education, and clean cooking being able to combat this issue. So waste management shall be in the sense that there'll be waste separation in color-coded bins and inorganic waste, where the inorganic waste will be sold to local recyclers for income, and plastic waste will also be used for creative local crafts and thus be able to earn income as well. Then the organic waste will be used for composting, but also for generation of biofuel, which will contribute to the clean cooking. In this, we see involvement of the Nkozi community, but specifically the university compound caretakers. And 80% of these are women, which compensates for the long-standing injustice and seclusion of these women from income-generating projects. There's also gender balance in our team, where we see equal contribution from these different people of different age groups and of different nationalities. With this funding, we shall be able to have waste separation in these color-coded bins to be procured, properly dispose of waste without polluting the environment. We'll have waste recycling in a healthy manner over burning, which contributes to carbon emissions. We'll also have recycling plants created to ensure for employment within this area. Greenhouse emissions are also controlled, and thus we shall have improvement in the ecosystem. Organic waste shall also be generated for agriculture, which will also ensure for food security. These are the sustainable development goals that our project will be able to achieve. Quality assurance will be through affiliation with regulatory agencies such as NEMA in Uganda, and then there'll also be continuous evaluation and monitoring through overseer commissions, which will guide us forward. Setting guidelines and standards will also be followed to ensure proper execution of this project in this area. We also did a tree planting campaign with the University Rotaract team, and there was a lot of receptiveness from the community, which shows their receptiveness to ensure for CO2 compensation to be achieved within our project. So as much as this will start in the university.
Thank you, Christian. We know that you are working since 3 semesters and you have a lot of knowledge we see also in the technical field, but the chair also was insisting on the real involvement of your community partners. So you said it's the women caretakers in the university, your main partner.
Yes.
So if
Yes.
they are really, they should organize to be a partner in the agreement. And it's nice that you have other partnerships for evaluation and monitoring, but if you would like to be a pilot project, it's sure that the national GATO office, where you are part of, should be also part of the monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next Uganda project, waste management. So I think the waste management team is getting ready.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sawaiga Beton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. One second, we just try to. I think your poster is so full that it's a kind of very heavy in this. So. Last second to share. I think you can start since you know it, and in between the screen sharing will work.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sawaiga Betwan Peter from Niger University. I'm here on behalf of my team, Waste Management, and the scheme Renewable Energy and Clean Cooking. Our project mainly emphasizes alternative use of waste, and as we are trying to find ways on how we can reduce the negative effects of the waste, which is not well handled in our community. So we are recycling it and get the usefulness of it. So far we are dealing with a community called Nakaungu community, which consists of 50 people. And we are participating very well with the community. The important benefits of this project, it is from the fact that it is clean cooking. That means we are trying to reduce on the effects of deforestation, reducing on the CO2 emissions and CO2 emissions, and the less use of fossil fuels. Those are the real benefits of this project, and the project is very achievable and takes a very short period of time to be obtained, and network, but sorry, I've said the project takes a very short period of time and is very achievable. As with the fundings, we can easily implement this with the community and the university at large, so that we can find ways on how we can reduce on the hazardous effects of the waste in our community, which are basically the indoor pollution, the deforestation, the diseases people get from those wastes. So when we get the funds, we can recycle these wastes and avoid all those negative effects of these wastes. And still, we can provide clean cooking to the people. The community, in this Nakaungu community, people are having a problem whereby they lack what to use to cook, whereby in a way of overcoming that, they tend to take deforestation as alternative, whereby they use firewood to cook. But in this project, we recycle waste and form briquettes, which they can use instead of going for firewood. So that's about our project. Thank you.
Very much. So the chair said it's a little bit disturbing that they have the feeling. You said we do, but your community should be enabled, empowered to do. So if your community really is the actor and you are supporting them, we think that it's a great project, especially for biofuels. Thank you very much. So I can share now the screen for Togo PV project. So I think someone from Togo will explain us this project. Is Coco here? Or who else?
Hello, I'm Antia. I will present the poster. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, so our project is the electrification of a rural school using solar energy. And we put the needs and the community that is a school in the south of Togo. And the current situation is that they don't have electricity. So our main objective is to provide this area with safe, sustainable, and CO2 emission-free electricity by setting up a photovoltaic generation system. So we there also put the other objective is to educate the community on the proper use and maintenance of the system. And below is the expected social and economic impacts as well as the sustainable development goals. And yeah, mainly is the access to information, increased quality of life, and also bring economic impact by selling the charging point. Right now, we have 3 scenarios according on the financial achieved, and we do not have yet an amount of money for each one, but when we have it, we will incorporate it as well as the CO2 saved thanks to the installation. And on the yellow box, we will place a QR code and the links to the financial place. We wanted to keep it simple and attractive so the people would stop and read the information and help us with the project. We hope you like it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In between, I think I have to apologize because did I jump one project, but they are not forgotten. So thank you very much for this project. Also, the chair said, is the community in the village, do they have organization, for example, the parents of Parents Association, or who will take care of the project? And the chairs welcome that you have the different scenarios, but it's not visible if the community needs to get this money or if they could do it themselves as a matter of additionality. So we suppose that the community needs the money. If not, they would have done it possibly themselves before. But it's important to find out who is representing the community in the agreement. Thank you very much. So I think now we will go to Cameroon Plastic Project. It's a team of Yaoundé. So Yaoundé, we have the chairs want to say that it was not said that one of the criteria, can you see the poster of Yaoundé? Can you see saving the planet through the collection and separation of waste? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, the chairs had a lot of problem to read this poster. So they really want to underline that it's not because as a poster, it's well designed because you should not have so small letters on a poster. But all the questions were well answered. And therefore, it's sure that this project cannot be apart. Is there someone representing this project from Yaoundé who could give us 1 minute of insight? I think they are next to Lionel.
Yes, Lily. I think one of the children from Yaoundé will present it, maybe Ozabisa or Christelle Fouagoum. Are you there? Can you present it? So you have to switch on your microphone and then present it.
Very shortly, please.
Very shortly. For example, Angelo Ozabisa. Is there a problem with the technique?
Okay. So possibly, Leonel, since you had all these posters in the pre-selection in Cameroon, could you say some words to support your local team members?
Yeah, for sure. I believe this was one of the projects that was already working with a community, and the project also have some practical element that they have done already. And the project also have an association which is working with them. And what they did is they went to secondary school in the city of Yaoundé, and they tried to collect to do environmental education with children and with students, showing them how to manage plastic waste. So that was the objective. And what they try to do is to separate the different plastic waste, the different waste. For example, those are organic, those are plastic, and all the rest. And they also show the students how they could do it at home. And they give so many perspectives, for example, to enable in the future the student to do it at home and to do it in the whole city. I believe it is those practical elements that give a specific positive point for this project, and the reality that they are already working on the fields with the student, and that they address also different objectives, sustainable development goals, for example, objective 4, and I believe also objective 11.
Thank you very much. Yes, in fact, the chairs, when they were able to read all the little letters, they were quite convinced, because this project has clear partners and they are going on to work. They have also diversity in the team. And it seems they are doing also elements of monitoring. So it seems they are quite prepared, but it's sure they could possibly also need a partnership with the student team. Thank you very much. So best greetings to the project owners. So let's go to the next one. Now we will go to the Peace Forest poster. This is in the group of integrated projects. I'm sure someone from Senegal will be able to explain. One moment, screen is shared. So, Omar Cheme, I think your students were not so engaged, so you had to present the project as the, also my colleague in the Forêt International Association. Would you like to explain, or is there a student ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Actually, I was supposed to put pictures from the members of this team for GATO project, but this year, unfortunately, we had more students involved in the PV projects and biofuel projects. And we hope that this project will be held by the next generation of students. But it was important for us to show a little bit what is being done since a couple of years in this project. And it's an integrative project, as you said, as you mentioned before, because it's integrating different kind of technologies that we have been using in our target village to build a sustainable village and integrative project for this area. So, as mentioned in this poster, you can see we started with objectives that are to reforest and improve the forest cover and biodiversity and provide sustainable energy for cooking and develop. Excuse me. Okay. Develop income generating activities, which is one of the main goal of this, because as you can see, if we want to change people habits, we have to give them also opportunities to go on the right way. It's also a way to sensitize people about the protection of environment and also improve women conditions and work process. So all these objectives are supposed to lead us to build a sustainable village, and in this case it's Kuram, and also give away opportunities for CO2 compensation. So it's just a small summary of it, and to finish with expected results is to reduce the dependence of the local community. Can you please scroll down, please, a little bit at the bottom of the slide? Thank you. So to reduce the dependence of the local community on the firewood and increase awareness of the importance of protecting the forest, sustainable income generating activities to be created so people can keep maintaining the forest, and also find out also good energy sources to replace firewood and charcoal. Standard indicators for Pan-African CO2 compensation is something I mentioned before during the discussions, and it's kind of a small presentation of what is being done for this project, and we hope that we will have good partners and also good quality students for the next generation and for the implementation of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar. The chairs found that you really did not answer directly all the asked questions, but they found answers in the pictures and in some of the texts. And also they want to underline that it's not the obligation to have international students in a team. You can also work with national students, and you can work more with NGO members to be partners of the village communities. But it should be clear which part of the community is responsible for which part of the project. So thank you very much. Let's go to see the next. So now we have 3 other posters. We want to have a look on Benin, Educ Eco. So we said you're not obliged to present, but we want to see, I think Valentine is here. Can you see the gestion des déchets au Bénin, une opportunité pour les femmes?
Yes, Lily, I'm here, but Credo will present.
No, we said for question of time, you don't need to present now, because we put this project and 2 others in a specific category.
Okay.
So we will show, here is this project, gestion, it's about plastic recycling in Benin with the women's group. And then we want to show you 2 other projects, which one second. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now. So we want to show you also, this is another project, I think, of the Benin Togo associations, Ubuntu and Union Féminine. So
of a space where we will plant many trees for a space for the tent. People will come and rest. So for this, we are thinking about a land where we will plant few trees, and even trees which can become warm, and people will come and rest. This will be an opportunity to people to find jobs. It will be also an opportunity to those people who are around to come and sell some things. And it will help us to protect our environment also. What we are thinking about as a project.
Thank you very much. Excuse me?
I said it is what we have written in French.
Yes, yes, sure. I understand well, and also the chairs understand well French. So it's also a very interesting project, and we want to show you another one. Oh, it's nice to see you in Togo here on the screen. So, and we have also another project from Togo we want to show.
The second project is the project of having a place of water, because we are suffering. There are some areas in Togo where we are suffering of water. So if you have this project of having how can I say, solar, we use solar pump so that it will help people, and those people who are suffering of water will come and take it, and they will also create garden, potato garden, and it will also give job to people.
Thank you very much. So I think now also Valentine can help me. We want to announce the results of the selections. So I think we can start now from the last three, because possibly also the public could see that the last three, they were coming directly from local NGOs. Oh, please. Just close the microphone. I try again. Okay, so and the chair said that's great, but it seems there are still some missing points to be a pilot project for these projects, because there are some technical issues which are not understood. For example, it was said here we see an irrigation system which is wasting water with a huge monoculture. And these three projects, they will gain the support of student teams. So that we hope with a student team, with the assistance of a student team, after one semester, they will manage to come also in the CO2 compensation projects after 1 or 2 semesters, so that the students will support the NGOs to research on sustainable solutions and to be able to enter the CO2 compensation criteria. So we are really, really happy that in this poster competition, there were also direct small communities coming up with very interesting ideas and a big engagement. And the chairs really want to encourage these projects and support them with the service learning student teams. So I think these community projects, they gain a good applause. I don't know how, like Hipia, you are always coming up with
okay.
With support. So these projects will be supported by student teams, and we hope the local coordinators and international partners will help these projects to be supported and then enter in the CO2 compensation framework. So then, about all the others, excuse me?
It can be supported by students.
Yes, we will organize with the whole GATO network that your projects will be supported to be able to be sustainable projects to get the CO2 compensation funding. And for this working time, we will identify students who can really support and also experts to support these teams. So we are really happy. And I think Valentine and the other chairs, do you want to add something for these community projects? I think all the chairs were very proud of having these submissions.
Oui, vraiment, nous sommes très contents, franchement, que nos projets, nos posters aient attiré l'attention parce que vraiment, ça va nous aider à résoudre d'énormes problèmes, non seulement pour l'exode rural, pour les communautés, et le problème de l'emploi pour également les communautés locales. Et franchement, si nous parvenons à le faire, ce serait également un cadre d'expérience pour beaucoup d'étudiants et de formation également.
Oui.
Ces différents projets nous aideront beaucoup, vraiment, et ça contribuera énormément à lutter contre les problèmes de changement climatique et puis de pollution de l'environnement. Oui.
Oui, là, vraiment, on est très content parce qu'on a vu que ce que beaucoup de groupes ont cherché, d'avoir une communauté engagée déjà sur place, ça existe déjà chez vous. Alors là, c'est vraiment important.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Maintenant, now we have to come to all the other projects which presented before, and we can tell you that, 1 second, I think it's more important to see the screens than my face always, but let's share the screen again. 1 second with this list. So I think you have seen this list. So the commission and the chairs, the commission of the chairs decided after long discussions that it would be the best for CO2 compensation if there would be 1 or 2 or combination of 2 projects to be the pilot projects for a specific field. It's sure that no project should be without this nexus of concerning all the other fields. That's important. It's also criteria. But projects have specific characteristics. And so the chairs decided to have, for the forestry projects, to have the Burkina Faso project as the pilot project for forestry. It's sure that the Burkina Faso project is not only forestry, it's also agroforestry and also fruit trees, but it has also a strong part with forestry. So this will be, and it had also, we have to say, most of the points because they really answered the questions of the competition. So this project and all the others will be supported by financial support for the food, for the implementation of this project, in case the implementation is in 2021. It means it's sure these projects all will be for a long time, as we heard, not only 10 years, 20 years, it depends from the different projects. But if there's an implementation phase with student teams in this year, they will profit from a support for ingredients because they will live in the communities and the communities will host them, but they should not produce any cost for ingredients for the community. So they will get money for food and also for transport to be able to come to the place. And in addition, and this counts for all the other projects which were selected. I hope also Valentine and the other chairs will help me to complete these comments. But for sake of time, I'm starting with a general overview and I let them complete. So all the national teams hosting these projects, they will get a logistic support, could be a modem or laptop or both, to be really able to improve the monitoring. And if students' teams wants to work, and there's a condition for this support, the national coordination team has to provide a table and a chair. It means a working place for the national office of the GATO structure. And there, then they will have this infrastructure, and it should be accessible also to working student teams. So they can have meetings there, use the modem, write their posters. We heard in Uganda, they have problems to do their posters because they don't have a laptop. So the condition is that this logistic support is accessible for students, but who should really care for it to make it sustainable. So all these teams here will be the pilot projects for their category, because we want to have pilot projects in all these categories. Those who cannot see the screen: forestry, Burkina Faso, fruit growing, like Kipia and Meru should work together and really focus on local trees and working with the communities. Smart bioagriculture for Cameroon IDPs, but I think they will also exchange with DRC, which is also smart bioagriculture, and we know that Alain Bertrand is the father of both of them. Then we have bio-waste, biofuels for Uganda Green Campus and waste management. So in case there are two projects, they will both get the support. They don't have to share it. Then for PV, the Togo Solar School was convincing with this new enthusiastic team. For plastic, the team of Yaoundé. But we have seen that the most submissions we got for this poster competition were on plastic. So it's a real need to work on plastic, and we invite all plastic teams to form a kind of GATO plastic recycling and waste management academic, where we will also invite experts of circular economy, but we really hope that you exchange on practical concepts. For example, we should not forget the great plastic project, Plastico of Chang, Cameroon. So they have a lot of experts here, but at the end there was half a point more for Yaoundé, and also that Chang has to manage the smart agriculture project, but it doesn't mean that all these projects should not work together. So then Senegal Peace Forest, I think everyone remembers, to be really to find out how these integrated projects can be calculated. So, and we also want to say that there were 2 Cameroon community projects which should also put together with student teams to have much more support for their project management. Thank you. I was speaking too much. Please, the other chairs, give some closing words, and I think then we should give back to Laikipia, and then to the cultural ending.
Hello, Lily.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. We want to appreciate everybody for being part and parcel of this. Let's appreciate everybody who has participated. Thank you so much. Lily, thank you so much. We really appreciate, all the way from Africa, to be precise, Kenya. I want to invite Daktari to give his remarks before we come to a close.
My sister Lily, I don't know that you are able to see me. Lily, you can see me?
Sure, I can see you. I hope everyone can see you, not only me.
Can you please unmute your video so that you can see how my suit is greening Africa? Today I'm dressed green. I'm in a green suit today, and I'm greening Africa. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all of us for the privilege that we got to host this very important first Pan-African conference. It has been very wonderful to all of us, and we want to really appreciate the international community and the entire continent of Africa for this chance. It has been very wonderful. And I also recognize the Secretary General for the National Commission for UNESCO, the entire university community, the senior management of the university, and most importantly, the UNESCO club members for having been so faithful and very patient to the conference. I want to tell you that at this point in time, It is so late in Kenya. Many people have left. Even me, I've delayed here because of curfews, and we need to travel for around more than 100 kilometers to reach our destinations. And my fellow UNESCO club members, my fellow African citizens, as we now come to the close of this first Pan-African CO2 certification conference, this was a unique opportunity, and I'm looking forward to a time when we shall also have the second most successful Pan-African certification certification compensation conference, maybe now held in Central Africa, Southern Africa, or West Africa, so that we can be able to take this seed which we have granted today to the next level. And I cannot finish this appreciation without recognizing my newfound sister from Europe, Liri, who has been very instrumental, and I always find her very energized, always working from behind the scenes to ensure that everything is going according to plan. Really, I pray to God to grant you very unique energy so that you can be able to continue supporting the cause for humanity in this world. We are now in the time of talking about global solidarity on several issues that are affecting our global society, including COVID-19 and name them. Thank you very much. May God bless Kenya. God bless Laikipia University. God bless UNESCO Club students. May God bless Africa. Viva Africa! Viva Africa! Viva Africa! Thank you very much.
Viva Africa!
I want to invite one of our students to rise up and offer a short final prayer for the first Pan-African Conference, which are now declared officially closed. Can we rise up?
No, no problem.
I now have my very good club member, Precious, to pray for the entire continent of Africa as we come to the close of this conference.
So let's bow down our heads and let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening. We thank you for the gift of life, and we thank you for the successful conference that we have had. We believe and trust, oh God, that you shall create more opportunities, that we may have more conferences like this, and may it be impactful to the whole world at large, not only to our country, Kenya, but also to each and every individual that is participating actively for the environment to be useful and to be important. Thank you. It's in the mighty name of Jesus Christ to do pray and believe.
Amen.
Pigeni makofi zaidi.